All right. All right. All left. Yo, what's up, Brain Domain? Let me get a woohoo! Let me hear you make some noise. Um, uh, Everybody make some noise. Let's go. It's time. We're back. It's Thursday. We're one day closer to Halloween. One day closer to Halloween? Only 21 more days until my favorite time of year. Alrighty. It's time. It's time. Pulled up the question box and there's 6 entries already. 6 entries already. Let's go. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. 6 entries in the question box already. Let's go. Let's get down to business. Your costume is not done? Well, you'd better hurry. There's only 3 weeks until Halloween. There's still so much to do. That's my impersonation of the mayor from The Nightmare Before Christmas. That voice keeps making me yawn. Yeah, you kind of have to. It's like the part of your mouth and your jaw that you have to use whenever you make that voice. It's almost like a yawning. It is kind of very back in the back of my throat. Only 21 days until Halloween. I think you're onto something. It's triggering your sympathetic yawn reflex. We've got 6 submissions in the question box already. Some of them are questions. There's one that was like a Twitter link, and there's some other stuff in there, I think. But yeah, we'll get to those right away. How are you doing today? If you don't mind helping me, we're doing some manifesting. We're gonna do some manifesting today. We're manifesting converting lurkers into chatters. Because it's one of my favorite things to do on twitch.television. You're sick? bist Kronk. Du bist Kronk. Bist du Kronkhaus good? I forgot the word for to go to. Don't tell me. Bist du Kronkhaus gefahren? I'll just say, will you travel to it? I forget the simpler way to say it. Giving a dog a haircut right now, so I will be mostly lurking. McSqueezy, what is your stance on giving dogs dye jobs? As a professional in the field, what is your opinion on this? Ich gehe morgen zum Arzt. Oh, you're gonna see the doctor in the morning. I'm pretty sure that's what that means. Hi guys, what's up? Hey B Wayne, how's it going? You hanging on the Aaron? Was it pretty good in Jacksonville? You guys didn't get too bad of a storm. No internet for an hour. Just remember that next time the governor election rolls around, just remember that Ron DeSantis did that to you. That piece of shit. There was a lady who got mad at McSqueezy because she wouldn't give a dog a haircut that would damage its undercoat. Like, they don't realize that can literally fuck up your dog's hair growth for the rest of its life. They're like, no! I need you to do this. I'm gonna get mad about it. It's my dog's hair. I'm gonna get mad about my dog's hair. Like, wow, how miserable are you? How miserable are you? You're just gonna take it out on a dog groomer? Go to therapy. It probably costs as much to go to therapy than you're paying to get your dog groomed. You need to redirect some of that dog grooming budget into your mental health budget, I fear. How you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. I woke up feeling so sleepy. I went to the gym yesterday, and what I did this morning to help me get out of bed was instead of immediately just getting up and then starting to like walk around, I kind of I got onto like all fours in bed, and I just started doing some like yoga stretches. I did like a cat cow yoga pose. Then I sat up for a minute, and then I got up and just started doing stuff. So just a recommendation, if you are like me and you hate getting out of bed, if you're like me and you hate getting out of bed, This is what I did. This was what I did. Instead of just getting up out of bed, I just pushed myself up into one of these positions. And then I did the cat-cow stretch. I feel like it helped to wake my ass up. No, I'm the type of person, I have never enjoyed getting out of bed. I think I've been eager to get out of bed twice in my entire life. Well, you know, Christmas morning as a child, maybe when I wake up and it's my birthday and I'm 10. Yeah. Very rarely as an adult, though. As an adult, it's like I can let's sweep in. Let's. Who does though? Some people do. Some people do. Like, cause you realize there's stuff you want to get done, and you want to, you know, build a better life for yourself, and that's hard to do when you're snoozing. Hard to do when you're snoozing. We've got a presentation we're gonna do today. Our trend our trend of this week is we've been talking all about narcissism. We've talked about narcissistic parents. We did that on Tuesday, and then yesterday we did a deeper dive into narcissism in general, and we talked about narcissistic traits. And today, we're going to be talking about narcissism in the workplace. Just continuing our theme. I guess it's Narcissist Week. And I bet the narcissists just love that, don't they? They just love that we're talking about them. It's humor, it's a joke. Some people hate sleeping because they are too excited for life. We'll get there. We'll get there. That's the direction we're working towards. That's the direction we're trying to go. Anyway, we've got some questions in the box, so let's get to it. Let's get into it. Without further ado, why do so many wealthy and influential people become doomsday preppers and buy luxury bunkers? All right, are you ready? Are you ready for me to go on an anti-capitalist rant? Okay, this is why this happens. This is why so many wealthy and influential people buy doomsday bunkers and they prepare for the apocalypse. Because they know full well that the system that exists that allows them to enjoy that level of wealth and opulence is not sustainable, and it will eventually lead to a collapse. They know that the exploitation of people cannot persist indefinitely. There's only so much you can do to distract people or to appease them before eventually the system just stops working. They know this. When really wealthy people, and when I say really wealthy, I'm not talking about millionaires. I'm not talking about people who have 10, 20, or even $100 million. I'm talking about the multi-billionaires. What do they talk about when they meet up? And what type of special consultants do they meet with? They meet with people so that they can talk about how to survive the crisis, the economic crash. They talk about things like, how do I keep my bodyguards loyal in an apocalyptic scenario? Do I bring their family into the bunker so that I can, leverage that over them? Like, this is literally just the sociopathic stuff that they meet and talk about. I'm not even kidding. This actually happens. There's a book about it. There's a book that talks more about it. It's called Survival of the Richest. Five mysterious billionaires summoned Douglas Rushkoff, who is the author of this book. They summoned him to a desert resort for a private talk. The subject: how to survive the event. This is the societal collapse they know is coming. What he's describing is what he refers to as the mindset. This Silicon Valley style certainty that they and their cohort can escape a disaster of their own making, as long as they have enough money and the right technology. So what these extremely wealthy people do is they will bring in experts and consultants, and they will talk and they will ask questions and they will plan for a societal collapse. And the types of questions they ask are, is it cheaper to just mount AI-powered weapons around the perimeter? Or should I hire guards but then I have to feed them and house them and take care of them? Would it be cheaper to just build robots? But then I have to power the robots, so I have to worry about sustaining a fuel source. This is the type of stuff they think about. Rather than actually making society better and preventing a collapse, they spend their time and effort and their money on trying to survive the collapse. The thing about billionaires is they don't think like us. They don't see us as people. They see us as product. They see us as a resource. And what do you do with resources? You consume them. No amount of walls, no amount of bunkers are going to keep you safe in the collapse. That is... I don't care how many millions of dollars you're spending. If you build an underground bunker, you need to pump air in somehow. So if we're stuck on the outside and we can't get into your billionaire bunker, all we have to do is clog up your air intake. And then eventually you'll have to come out or you're going to suffocate. Nothing of some crowbars and elbow grease. We can crack into that puppy. We could crack that nut wide open. I just think it's really funny that billionaires think that there's any amount of effort that they can put into surviving a societal collapse that would actually work. Because I just don't think there is. And this is why so many of them want to talk about escaping to an entirely different planet. They realize that there's probably no safe place for me to go on Earth. Because eventually people will get to me and they will not be happy with me. They're gonna be mad. So, why do billionaires build doomsday bunkers? Because they know that their lifestyle is going to eventually cause a societal collapse. It's just not gonna be able to last. And they know this. They're not stupid. Is my name Josh or Chad? Whatever you want to call me by. Call me what you want. Call me what you need. Call me out by your name, and I'll be on the way. Capitalist propaganda works fine. Exactly. The people who vote to keep the ultra wealthy in power, or the people who support that lifestyle, it's because they want to be that person. They're like, well, I will be that person eventually. I just have to keep working hard. I just have to make the right decisions. It's like, no, it's not gonna happen. Like, unless you inherited a bunch of wealth, unless you were born into it, like, you're not even in the same ballpark. Like, you could start a business and make $10 billion, but the people who have been billionaires for decades, or the people who are born into that wealth and power, they're not going to take you seriously. You're not going to be in the club. Imagine spending all of this money so that you could go live in a hole, instead of spending that money to try to make the world a better place. So anyway, why do they do it? Because they know that shit isn't gonna last, and eventually it's gonna hit the fan. Guess whose fault it is? I think it might be you. I think it might be you, Sparky. I think you might be the one that we can all blame for all of this. I think it might be Sparky's fault that we have billionaires and we're facing an impending societal collapse. I think it all solely falls onto you, actually. Do you care to address it? They build bunkers like this because they're afraid of us. And they should be, because we should be mad at them. Because they are ruining the planet, they are ruining society. Everyone waiting for things to collapse, they never do. Just wait until there are not just thousands, but millions and even billions of climate refugees. Just wait until we get to that part. We haven't had that happen yet, but we're on our way to that. I think we just needed enough of the population and enough people to be displaced and mistreated in order for things to actually start to tip. So it might not be in 5 years, it might not be in 10 years, it might not be in 20 years, but the system as it exists can't sustain forever. All these parasites sitting at the top, exploiting all of the labor. A tweet? A tweet? Let's see what this is about. Elon Musk's mother freaks out online and tells people to stop being mean to her developmentally disabled son. Stop picking on my boy. Do you know the 40-year hypothesis of swings between conservative and progressive? That sounds familiar. But I feel like these types of cycles, it's like imagine a pendulum. Like pendulums eventually start to fall into different patterns and different swings. Just given time and given momentum. So, we'll have to see. I feel like I've been waiting on a revolution my whole life. If I have to be 80 years old and chucking Molotovs, I will. So be it. If I have to, I'll be out there. I disagree with Elon Musk's mom. I think you should continue to be mean to him. This man literally spent $44 billion on Twitter so that he could combat the woke mind virus because he was so pissed that his child was trans. A person who does that should be bullied endlessly. We should bully him harder, actually. Also, this is just so disrespectful to people who are actually victims of bullying for being developmentally disabled. He went pro-Trump because he realizes that if Trump doesn't get elected, then he's fucked. He needs a shady grifter in the White House to help protect him. Hey guys, we need to go easy on Elon Musk. He was a victim of bullying in school. We need to go easy on him. But do you know why he was bullied in school? Do you know why his friends shoved him down the stairs and beat the shit out of him and sent him to the hospital? Because that did happen. It was because he was making fun of another one of his friends because his friend's dad committed suicide. And Elon Musk was making fun of him for it. Genuine question, why are right leaders so shit tier? Narcissists and crooks. Why can't we have a competent, morally sound right leader? Think about human nature for a second. Think about human nature. Think about whenever we transitioned as a species from hiding in caves to actually going out and doing stuff and farming and hunting and building a civilization. There were always going to be people that were like, I don't know, guys. Maybe we should just stay in the cave. It's scary out there. There's always going to be a decent portion of a population that says, we should go back. We shouldn't go forward. We should stay where we were. And that's the right wing. It's not a... there's a reason why there's progressive views and when you say conservative views, what you're actually saying is you're saying regressive views. They want things to be the way they used to be. Things the way they used to be sucked ass. Why would we ever want to go back to that? It's like, well, because there used to be a time in history where you used to feel better about yourself just because you were white. And you were able to feel a sense of superiority because there were other people that weren't white and you were able to lord over them. So if you don't have much going for you in your life, if your kids won't answer your phone calls, if all you do is sit there and watch Fox News, it would be nice to feel good about something in your life. So you resort to the most vile and despicable options like, well, at least I can feel better about somebody who is a different color of skin. They have too big of an amygdala. The conservative brain actually has a larger amygdala than a leftist or a progressive brain. The amygdala is the center of fear in your brain. Now, conservatives are aware of this, but the way that they rationalize it is they say, well, you should be more afraid. Why aren't you more afraid? But then we're like, why are you so afraid? Why are you afraid of everyone and everything? Do we as a species need more or less fear? Do you think we need to be more fearful of one another, or that we should be less fearful of one another? Because I feel like a lot of what drives crime and violence is fear. Funny how Republicans are blaming the timing of the hurricane near election. It's called, yeah, right? It's called hurricane season. We literally get hurricanes around the same time every year. It's like, funny that it's snowing around Christmas time. It's almost like the big corporations want you to stay inside and do more online shopping. Anything can be a conspiracy if you think about it that way. And if you are a fear-driven person, like many conservatives are, you are going to see creatures in the shadows. You're going to see monsters in the corner of your eye. You're going to be afraid what's hiding under the bed. Honestly, fuck it. I say let's just roll with it. You're like, yep, we made that hurricane, motherfucker. What are you gonna do about it? You think you can stand against a force that is capable of making hurricanes? You think you stand a chance? What are you gonna do? Shoot it? You gonna pull out your AR-15? Didn't that part of humans that were not afraid just die out? Ah, well, you're onto something. Because there is a section of the population that is not fearful enough. These are the people who get in those little squirrel suits and they go zooming down the mountainside. You know, you've seen those videos? You've seen those videos of the people just like... Or the people who do like extreme parkour? Like maybe you should be more incentivized to preserve your life. Republicans hold earthquake technology. Right? As soon as a big earthquake hits California, I'm gonna immediately blame Republicans. I'm gonna say that Republicans used their earthquake technology, they're conspiring with the mole men, and they made this happen. So, when it comes to fear, there's a healthy balance to find. We want to have realistic, grounded fears, but we don't want to let fear rule our lives. What's your opinion on Florida banning pedophiles and sex offenders from hurricane shelters? This is news to me. I didn't know they were doing this. There's not like a special corner of the shelter you can put them in. You can't like keep them under watch. I'm like, just because they've done inhumane, like vile stuff doesn't mean that we can't be better. You know what I mean? We're going to house them in the lobby of the sheriff's department. Ugh. Ugh. Let me tell you a little story real quick. Now, I'm not trying to defend pedophiles or sex offenders, okay? But I just want to make you aware of something that you might not be aware of. I did case management with a guy, and he was old. He was in his late 60s. And he found himself on the sex offender registry for something that he did as a younger guy. He was in like his 20s, and it was after he got back from Vietnam, and he was just totally fucked in the head. So he did one thing one time, and it puts him on the registry for life. So he has to go in every few months and re-register. He can't live in certain places. He has to go through all of the hoops. And I mean, at this point, it's like he hasn't hurt anybody. He hasn't harmed anybody in decades. So it's like, why would you exclude somebody like that from being able to have shelter from a natural disaster? I think that we should still be humane in how we treat people. Even if others have treated people in an inhumane way, we can't stoop to their level and become inhumane. We can't become animals. There's a virtue in being better and doing better. So don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to defend sex offenders and pedophiles. What I'm trying to say is, why can't we be better as a society? Why can't we do more to protect people? Tie them to the palm trees? Let's just hope that you never find yourself on a sex offender registry because someone accused you of something that you didn't actually do. Are you gonna sit here and say with a straight face that every single person on a sex offender registry was actually guilty of their crime? It's the same for like the death penalty. It's like 4% of the people that we execute under the death penalty are innocent. At least 4%. Also, have you ever noticed that sometimes the most outspoken people about these types of things tend to be the ones who end up doing it themselves? Like, it's always the Republicans who are always, like, very vocal about certain things. It's like they're the ones actually doing it. Like the guy who was executive producer on that what was that Sound of Freedom film about hunting down pedophiles is like, oh yeah, one of the executives on that film was outed as a pedophile. Believe all women though. Can you just tell me what is your end game? What are you trying to where are you going with this line of thinking? I'm curious. Explain your logic to me. Oh yeah, this is a reminder that a majority of the people who are raped are men, because the most high number of rapes occur in prisons committed by men against men. In case you didn't know. Just like we say innocent until proven guilty, I feel like we should also believe victims until proven otherwise. The amount of people who lie about being sexually assaulted is so small. And also, the way that we treat sexual assault victims is terrible. So why would people willingly subject themselves to that treatment? Anytime people come out and talk about their sexual assault experiences, they're just met with people who say, oh, you deserved it. Oh, why were you walking alone at night? Why were you doing this? It's like, or they're just made to be treated like they're lying, or they're made to be, it's... I think that's a much bigger issue than the fact that sometimes some people lie. I get that. Sometimes some people lie, that is true. But the way that we treat people for telling their truth is despicable. And that's a much bigger problem. Okay. So there's an upcoming situation, and there's a 50% it goes right, and a 50% it goes wrong. When you think about it, that's every situation. Either it goes right or it doesn't. It's always a coin flip. This reminds me, do we have a gamble emote? I think we need a gamble emote. I don't know if we have one in here. They have a cute little gambling emote, but I like it when he's going a little faster. He's going a little slow for me. I like it when he's going a little faster. Like this one. This one's Christmas themed. Oh, here we go. This one's good. That's the speed I like. Okay. So there's an upcoming situation, and there's a 50% it goes all right, and a 50% it goes wrong. I'm not trying to be pessimistic. Look at that nice percentage. Okay, anyways, so if it goes wrong and I fail, I'm the type of person to not take that too well. While I know that failure leads to success because of trial and error, I don't know how to spin the failure into a positive thing, and am likely to dwell on it. Are there methods I can use to not let this potential failure destroy me? How to keep going? Alright. An important thing to remember is that we learn more from our failures than we do from our successes. Now let me explain. Whenever we do something and we're successful, why were we successful? Is it because we knew what to do? Is it because we had the right set of skills to make that happen? Was it because luck was in our favor? It could be any number of reasons why we were successful, and realistically it's probably a little bit of all of those things. But whenever we don't succeed, that gives us an opportunity to say what went wrong and what can I do differently next time. You know, did I not prepare enough? Did I do it at the wrong time when I wasn't prepared? Like, did I need to prepare more? Did I need to bring in some other people to help support me in this? Or did I need some more encouragement? Did I, make an incorrect choice? Is there a choice I can make differently next time? A different course of action? So we learn more in those moments because we can study what it was that went wrong and why it contributed to us failing. And so if you're going to dwell on it, try to dwell on it productively. Because we all think about our failures. We all think about our shortcomings. It's natural to do that. It's natural to think about the things that went wrong. So let's try to do it productively rather than destructively. We don't want to look back on our failures and then identify as a failure. We want to look back on our failures and say, okay, what can I do differently next time? Because expecting yourself to be perfect from the get-go isn't helpful. You gotta recognize that I've got room to grow, I've got room to learn. I spin failure into success with this one easy step. I think, how bad could it have gotten? Works every time. Old truck has a leaky radiator. Could have been the head gasket. My dog broke a nail and needed a costly vet visit. Could have got bitten by a rattlesnake. You know, that's not a bad way to look at it. Like, well, it could have been worse. Like, well, it could have been worse. If anything, I got off easy. There's a saying, don't sweat the small stuff. And it's all small stuff. Friend's dad died on Sunday? Damn. No way to turn that into a success. Right? It's like... really, like, all you can do in those moments is, you know, look at it as, well, at least they're at peace. You know, because life is stressful. Life is hard. Life is challenging. And at least... there's peace to be found. You know what I mean? Mourning and grief are tough. And sometimes all you can do for people who are in that position is just be there for them. You know, don't feel like you have to say anything. Don't feel like you have to do anything. Just be there for them. You know, just your presence means everything. So, another good thing to do is to prepare for both outcomes. If things go bad, if I do fail, what would that look like and what could I do? Okay, plan that one out. But don't assume that that's what's going to happen. You can also say, alright, well, what if things did go well? What would that be like? I find it helpful to plan, like, if you're going to plan for the worst case scenario, you should also plan for the best case scenario too. Like, don't just spend your time preparing for worst case scenarios, because what do you think that's going to end up contributing to? If you only plan for worst case scenarios, do you think that that's going to increase your quality of life? You gotta plan for both. That way you're the most prepared you can be. It's weird how you can actually feel it in your chest and stomach when something really hurts your feelings. Ah, now you see, it does sound weird, especially if, you know, you were grown up being taught that feelings only happen in your brain. But what I'm here to tell you is that that's not true. It's actually a misconception. You actually feel feelings in your entire body. And then there are some feelings that you feel differently in different parts of your body. Think about this for a minute. Feeling a lump in your throat, feeling butterflies in your stomach. What do you do when you feel a sense of pride? They say your chest swells with pride. There are lots of different phrases and lots of different that are just like culturally known, or like you feel anxious, you feel scared, you feel nervous, you feel something on the, you know, the hair rise on the back of your neck. Your entire body is a sensory organism. And it is also experiencing the same sensations. and it is also processing the same things that your mind is. So yeah, when we feel something and we feel it deeply, we don't just feel it with our mind, we feel it with our body too. But this brings up an interesting line of thinking. We know what feeling bad or anxious or if something hurts us feels like in our body, but what does it feel like in your body when you feel good? What does it feel like in your body when you're happy? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me turn off follow only chat. There we go. Follow only chat is off. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you have snacks. I hope somebody brought snacks. But if you brought snacks, I hope you brought enough for the entire class. Thank you so much for the raid, Mike. Always greatly appreciated. We love the support. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. Our trend of the week has been narcissism. We've been talking about narcissism all week. We talked about what it was like to be raised by a narcissist if you had a narcissistic parent. And today, our topic of discussion, we're actually going to do a little presentation here in a little bit. We're doing narcissism in the workplace. If you've ever worked in an office, if you've ever worked a job with other people, you've probably encountered some narcissists. Did you talk about Darvo yet? We talked about Darvo a little bit on Tuesday. We talked about Darvo a little bit. We talked about some of those narcissistic strategies. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for subscribing for 11 months. David with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Let's go. We're on a hype train. Let's do it. If you're new here, if this is your first time in, welcome in. I am Joshua. I am your host here in the brain domain. We do mental health, we do psychology, we do Q&A. We're here to help. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. That's what we do. Home like a Tom with the 10 gifted subs, and Cosmos84 with the gifted sub. Wow, we're blowing up. We're blowing up. We're blowing up. We hit that goal. We blew past it. And we got all these new followers. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I might cry. It's beautiful. I might cry. I won't, because I'm a big, strong boy and big. But no, seriously, it's okay for men to cry. Real men cry. But did you talk about growing up with a narcissistic parent? We did that on Tuesday. So if you are interested in that topic, I do have my VOD up. Let me show you. It was on Tuesday. Yep, narcissistic parents. It'll be right there in the title on the VOD screen. We got narcissistic parents, and then what we did yesterday was we did a bit of a deeper dive into narcissism in general, and we talked about like narcissistic traits. We talked about why people engage in narcissism. We just did a deeper dive on the topic in general, which is probably what I should have started with. Probably should have started the week doing that, but, you know, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. What can you do? We're at a level 5 hype train. We're in a level 5 hype train, which is pretty rad. Let's put on some hype music for the occasion. Let's put on some hype music. It's hype music time. Level 5 hype train. Let's go. So, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, we have an anonymous question box. We have an anonymous question box here on the stream where you can post any question you like. And I'll have you know that we recently passed 3,200 questions. We've got 3233 in the box, and this is 3227. So we've answered a lot of questions. And the question that we were talking about when you all came in was, it's weird how you can actually feel in your chest and your stomach when something really hurts your feelings. And we were talking about why that happens, and it's because you don't just experience emotions in your brain, you experience them in your body as well. Just think about the different ways that you express joy, for example. Some laugh, some weep, some dance, some jump for joy. Think about the different ways that anxiety or stress will manifest in your body. It will manifest as a tightening in your stomach. You'll get a sensation of there being a knot or butterflies, or it'll disrupt your GI tract. Sometimes it makes you feel like you have to go to the bathroom. Sometimes it makes you feel like you can't go to the bathroom. Sometimes it makes you jumpy. Sometimes it makes you fidgety. The mind feels and the body deals. Hype train successful. Let's see, what did I get in my hype chest? Oh, I got the cat scare emote, finally. Is that Bessel van der Kolk's entrance music? I love Bessel van der Kolk. He's a good dude. He wrote a fantastic book called The Body Keeps the Score. He was one of the first psychologists to really start exploring the idea that trauma is stored in the body and not just in the mind. Oh, Jaina's here. Jaina's here. Jaina. It was so nice to meet you. Such a pleasure getting to meet you. Jaina and I hung out for the first time at TwitchCon. The vibe sync. The vibe sync was just... You know, sometimes you meet people and your vibes are just like... That's what it was like. But no, one of the things I want to do in the future is I actually want to have Jaina come on... When I start doing interviews, I want to start doing interviews here, and Jaina's one of the people I want to bring on Jaina's got a great story to tell. Make sure you're following. Make sure you're following Jaina. Let's do a shout out. Substitute Scholar, thank you for gifting that sub to Jaina. Thank you. Thank you. Chat, you look great today. Have I told you? Have I told you, chat? You just... There's just something going on. I don't know what it... Like, did you change your hair? Is it your... You got a glow. You're looking lovely today. Let's find a nice tone. Let's do this one. You know me, I need a good background tone. I feel naked without a background tone. I need a background tone. Okie dokie. One more thing that I want to talk about regarding this question before we move on to the next question is this also has to do with different parts of your nervous system, which if you like to learn about the nervous system and you like to learn about the different aspects of it and how they, you know, contribute to your current mood and current, you know, state of emotions, we did that last week. When did we do that? Anyway, the VOD's up. The VOD's up if you want to check that one out too. The vagal nerve system. You have a system of nerves that we know as the vagal nerve system, and it is connected to your stomach, your spleen, your GI tract, your liver, your heart, your lungs, your throat. It has a direct line to your brain. Normally, when we're talking about nerves, they are connected to your spinal cord, which then goes to your brain, but the vagus nerve actually goes straight to your brain. And so a lot of this, like, sensory processing and, like, when we feel like certain levels of emotional response in our body, a lot of it is tied to the vagus nerve. I'm so glad you're talking about the vagus nerve, so buzzed. Intentional vagus nerve stimulation is one of my secret techniques that I don't teach to people, but that I practice on my own. As a way of regulating emotionality within my body. As a way of practicing my Kundalini. As a way of balancing my chakras. Have you found the V spot? I'll never tell. But no, here's the thing. There are techniques and methods that I like to practice that I don't share with everyone because I like to make sure that they work, and I like to make sure that I understand them on a deep enough level to actually recommend them to anybody. And vagal nerve stimulation is one of the things that I do on my own time. But it's not something that I feel confident enough to like teach to other people because I'm still like studying it in my own body, and I'm studying, how activating different nerve endings in your body can contribute to different mood states. With tens, I'll do it with one of the ways that you can do it is with sound. There are certain tones and pitches you can make that will trigger those ones like in your airwaves, or in your airways. You can do it with certain breathing techniques. My goal is to help chronic pain spoonies with it. The way I look at chronic pain is that pain is the worst whenever you remember that it exists. Whenever you are reminded of pain, that is when it's the most painful. But after you're able to hold on to it for a little while, you're able to handle it better. It's like pain kind of spikes as you are reminded that it exists. And one of the ways to manage pain in the long term is change the way that your body interprets those nerve signals. Like, what is pain but a nerve impulse? If you can change the way that your body interprets a nerve impulse, you can change your relationship to pain. And this is why people can go out and do some extreme stuff. This is why they can go out and lay on a bed of nails and have people break cinder blocks over their chests. This is why they can dunk themselves into ice water baths. This is why they do all sorts of just outlandish stuff, is because they change their relationship with pain. You recognize that it is a nerve impulse, and how I feel and how I respond to it, I have some input. I have some control over that. What I've found to be helpful in the long term is to think about my pain, to pay attention to my tension. I pay attention to my tension. Anyway. You know what I mean, though? Like, pain is the worst whenever you're reminded of it. Like, if you've ever had like a broken bone or a cut, it's like it always hurts the most when you accidentally like bump it. You're like, ooh, I am reminded that this pain exists and now it feels really bad. But then it levels off and it doesn't hurt so much. So in some ways, what I will try to do is try to continue to remind myself of that pain until my body is able to interpret those nerve impulses differently. This is stuff that I don't teach people. This is stuff that I practice myself. Casual lurker here, and by no means a pro, but I have been improving my vagus nerve consciousness, so to speak, over the last couple years as a result of injury, AMA, but basically greater understanding relieved much of the comorbidities. I'm glad you're able to speak on that and add to it, because sometimes when you start talking about stuff like this, people will be like, you must be crazy. People will be like, you're out of your mind. What are you telling me? I need to think about my pain? No way. That sounds terrible. Like, well, if you want to change your relationship with it, you kind of have to think about it. But a lot of what we try to do is we try to avoid pain, or we try to forget about pain. Another thing that I practice that I don't really teach people about is because I'm still learning. Like Kundalini yoga, mind-body awareness. Because what you'll notice is that there are certain parts of your body that you don't want to be directly aware of. How does trauma change the way our brain functions? Ooh, this is a good question. This is a good question. I do tones and meditation to sleep now, and it really has helped me get off needing my sleep aid. We knew you could do it. Let's go. Let me strap myself in for this one. I'm gonna pull up an article that talks about this because I feel like I could explain it a little bit, but I want to bring up some material that could actually, explain it in greater depth. But the truth is that trauma does change the way that your brain operates, and a large part of what that does is it interferes with the processing of memories. For example, if you have something very traumatic happen to you, you might experience flashbacks, you might relive that experience. And so in many ways, what trauma does is there's a part of your brain that processes new information and new experiences, but trauma is too big and it can't properly get processed, and so it gets stuck there. And it still feels like I'm still there. It still feels like I'm still living it. And part of what we do in treating trauma is facilitating that relocation of those memories. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Aren't I so lucky? So lucky I have a beautiful woman that brings me chicken nuggets. So lucky. Put all my stat points into luck, and it pays off. But no, trauma definitely does change the way that your brain functions, but let's talk about it a little bit more in depth. Because in some ways it can actually alter the functionality and even the structure of your brain. Trauma can alter the structure and function of your brain in many ways. If you don't quite feel back to normal after a traumatic event, you're not alone, and here's why. A lot of it has to do with a primal defense mechanism that is to keep us safe. And so sometimes, if there are things that pop up in our lives that are just too much to handle, we won't handle them. We will put them off, we will delay thinking about them until maybe we're at a later time or a later place, and our mind will bring them back up to us and say, hey, are we going to think about that thing that happened? Are we going to handle this? Are we going to process these feelings? And then sometimes it's like, ooh, no, I'm not ready for that. Get that out of here. Where did that come from? But what it's trying to do is it's trying to protect us by preventing us from feeling too overwhelmed. So a lot of what changes in our brains is related to how we process memories and the way that our brain converts experiences into memories. Our brains have one main job, and that is to keep us safe. As we move through life, our brain converts experiences into memories so that we can move forward with things that feel good and move away from things that don't feel good. Each memory, in turn, acts as a blueprint to help us learn, noting important details like where we were, what we smelled, what we saw, what we experienced, who was there, what we felt, all of those things. With trauma, your brain wants to keep you safe so badly that it works overtime. It over-relies on these blueprints from the past, creating a sense of danger in the present long after the threat is gone. I also experienced abuse as a child, so it's hard to know what baseline normal is. I like to look at it as you're finding a new normal. You know, because what is normal? What is normal? Everybody's got their own different definition of what normal is. And so what I recommend in those situations is when you're feeling good, point it out to yourself. We're normally really good at making a note of it when we don't feel so good. And normally, when we do feel good, we just are so caught up in it that we don't even stop to just reflect on it or make a note of it. So my approach to joy is when you're feeling it, really feel it. And just stop and make a note of it. If you feel good right now, just stop and say, I feel good right now. It helps to strengthen the connections between the parts of your brain that are aware of how you're feeling and the parts of your brain that produce feelings of joy. You know, if there is a road between the part of your brain that recognizes how I feel at any given point in time, the aware part of your brain, and the part of your brain that actually generates the emotion, by recognizing and identifying that emotion, you are strengthening the connection between the aware aspect of your mind and the emotion aspect of your mind. Does that make sense? That might sound kind of trippy if you don't normally think of your brain in that way, but like if you had things happen that were rough, you know, if you had a lot of negative experiences, the connections between the awareness part of your mind and the parts of your mind that generate feelings of anxiety or stress, those might be very well connected. You might have a highway there. And then the part of your brain that produces joy, that might be just a little dirt road. But you gotta expand on that. You gotta build it up. You gotta turn it into a highway so that you can be more connected with that aspect of yourself. That is how you change your mind. We'd call that cognitive restructuring. The more connections you have between different areas of your brain, the stronger an effect you can expect from that part of your brain. This goes for joy, this goes for sadness, this goes for stress, whatever you can think of. So, when we look at our brains and we look at the structure of our brains, we have different parts that accomplish different things. We have our reptilian brain. It's the part of your brain that beats your heart, makes you feel hungry, you know, manages the automatic processes in your body. And then you have the mammalian brain. This is the part of your body that produces emotions like joy and fear, regulates attachment and reproduction. And then you have your higher functioning parts, the neocortex. And this is what incorporates feelings of right and wrong, processing our senses, learning, memory, decision making, solving problems. When you experience something traumatic, the brain shuts down all non-essential systems and moves into the lower brain systems.
you're put into survival mode. And so one of the things that can be stressful is if you live with trauma, you can have an easily activated survival response. So if you want to learn more about this, I need to get back. There's some more questions in the box. I just wanted to cover through this really quick, but I just wanted to say there are different parts of your brain that are related to things such as stress or related to memories, and these are going to be things that are affected by trauma. But it's also important to remember that your brain can heal, your brain can change itself. We refer to that as neuroplasticity. So your brain can heal. And it helps to play an active role in that. Another important thing to think about is your nervous system, not just in your brain, but your nervous system, as it exists in your body. There are two different aspects of your autonomic nervous system, which is the part of your nervous system you don't control. Hey, Flexi, thanks for the Prime sub. Looking good today, Flexi. You're looking buff. Have you been working out? You been hitting the gym, Plexi? Sorry, Flexi. We talked about this at length the other day, so if you're interested in it, I would recommend going and checking out my VOD for it, where we talk about breath work and your nervous system. We talk about the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system. The easiest way to remember that is P stands for peace and S stands for stress. So the parasympathetic nervous system is the part of your automatic nervous system, the part you don't control, that contributes to you feeling rested and at peace. This is what also allows you to digest and just chill. And then you have the sympathetic nervous system, which is another part of your autonomic nervous system, the part you don't control. But this is the part that triggers to you feeling stressed. It's what triggers your fight or flight response. And there are ways that you can actually trigger your parasympathetic nervous system so that if you are feeling stressed, you can relax yourself by triggering that part of your nervous system. And it's all done through the power of your lungs. Because your lungs are the home to nerve endings for all of the parts of your nervous system. Your lungs aren't just automatic, they're also manual. And so by activating them manually, you can trigger the automatic parts. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, huh? So anyway, yes, trauma changes the way that your brain functions. But the good news is that you can change it back, or you can change it to work differently. It's not all about changing it back. It's not, because the past is in the past. What we're trying to do is find a new normal, a more comfortable normal for us. We're trying to find something new. We can't go back to that pre-trauma state, but we can enter that post-trauma state, you know, where we feel like, you know what? I did that shit. I survived that shit. That shit was real. It did happen, and it did mess me up for a minute, but you know what? I lived it, and I'm here now, because I'm a badass bitch. Why are so many white guys in their 20s 4chan cringe edgelords? It gives them a sense of belonging, it gives them a sense of community. A lot of people will develop a sense of identity and a sense of community by getting mad about the same stuff together. Like, if I'm mad about something and you're mad about something, it's like, well, I feel valid in my anger now because you're also angry about this thing, and so this is how these types of groups tend to form. So it forms like a kind of an echo chamber. I used to go to 4chan. I was never a 4chan poster, but I did used to go to it back when I was a teenager. I'll admit it, but it was different back in the day. It's terrible these days. But you'll see posts from it copied into other places. You'll see it on Reddit, you'll see it on Twitter. And I've seen posts where it's like, I went outside and I talked to people and it actually wasn't that bad. Have I been lied to? As it turns out, everything that I'm hearing on 4chan about how terrible the world is and about how terrible everybody is and how much women hate me, it just wasn't true. So, I feel like part of why this happens is because these people feel disenfranchised. They feel like there isn't a place for them, and so they create their own place. But the reason why they're all here is because they're hurting in some way. They feel outcast, they feel rejected, and so they rally behind that label. Which typically lends into them further adopting that label. It's like belonging to any type of group. If you feel a sense of community and a sense of belonging by being a part of a group, you are incentivized to adopt the beliefs of that group so that you can feel more ingrained with that group, so that you can feel like you belong even more, so you feel even more understood. Like, everybody hurts, everybody cries, everybody hurts sometimes. But you don't just want to hang out with people who are also just complaining or hurting about the same things that you complain or hurt about. Like, if you want things to get better, you gotta get out there and you gotta work for it. You gotta surround yourself with people who adopt a growth mindset and to encourage personal accountability. Also, I would say that a part of it is because your brain isn't fully developed until you're about 25, so you're going to see a lot of people, you know, in their late teens, early 20s, identifying with this type of group or being a part of this type of group, and it's just because they're still cooking, they're still developing a sense of, you know, executive functioning and, you know, understanding. I needed an escape and 4chan provided it. And that's what a lot of them do. A lot of the people who go there are hurting in similar ways as you were. You know? Like, I can identify with that as well. Like, Casey and I both used to go on 4chan when we were in our teens. Like, I used to just go there because the memes were good and the, you know, there were funny pictures and funny photoshops, and there were still terrible things on it back then, but now I think it's just mostly terrible. So why do they become edgelords? I feel like they become edgelords because they feel like they need that edge in order to survive. You know, having that edge gives them a sense of power and control. The early days of the internet. I know, right? The early days of the internet, like, I just want to go back. I don't, take me back. We were so pure and so simple, and we had no idea what we had. Am I wrong with breaking up with my partner because they casually bring up women they've been with in the past while we're hanging out? Concerning. And also, it's like, when is this necessary? Like, if it's contextual, maybe, but if you're just bringing it up out of nowhere, that is kind of like, okay, but why? They have pictures of them and their ex in their phone, and they know they're there, and they didn't forget about them, and they didn't forget to delete them. They're full aware that they are there. It's like, okay, why are you keeping these? How many pictures? How many pictures? Because I get it. It was a time in your life, and maybe you want to remember that time in your life. Maybe it's not because you miss that person. Maybe it's not because you want to go back there and be with that person ever again, and you don't want to forget that time in your life. That's fine. I can understand that. But how many pictures? How many pictures? I do not agree with keeping X memories. If your partner has an issue. I will say that it definitely entirely relates to the context of the relationship that you're in and the comfort level of your partner. I will absolutely respect a person's autonomy in that. I'm not going to say that my opinion is right or wrong. I'm just trying to see that I can see both sides here. And I'm going to say that both sides have valid... Like what November Gay said, am I expected to delete years of photos and vacations because of splitting up? I would just say it depends. There's a lot of context that goes into this. Like, any pictures of us, like, being cute, any pictures of us, like, being intimate or kissing, Like, get rid of those pictures. I don't see why you would be keeping those pictures. If it's just you and somebody else standing in front of, like, standing somewhere, like, on a mountain, or, you know, like, what's the harm in that? It's just you and another person standing there taking a picture. I would say that there's definitely a different level. Like, if you have pictures of you and your ex and it's like, we're hugging, we're kissing, we're holding hands, it's still weird to me, and you're valid to feel that way. I'm also anti-ex pictures. I don't have any pictures like that. I deleted them all. So I get where you're coming from. But I'm also saying that there are people who feel differently, and I'm trying to approach this topic in a radical centrist way. You know me, I'm a radical centrist. Because here's the thing, I could probably come up with a hypothetical situation that you would be okay with, even if you say that is something that you aren't in support of at this point in time. I could probably come up with a hypothetical scenario that has probably happened to somebody that you would be like, okay, well, that's fine. What if the reason why you broke up is because your partner came out and they realized that they wanted to be with somebody of a different gender? And so there's no risk of you getting back with this person. What if you're actually able to be friends with this person? What if things have just entirely changed? What if there's zero potential for a reignited romance? I don't have intimates or kissing pictures, other regular ones. If demanded to delete, I would see as jealous and controlling behavior. They are important memories to me. See, I see where you're coming from with that. And also, I feel like in relationships, it's not always about capitulating to the other person's comfort level. Sometimes it's about you need to expand your comfort zone, not I need to shrink my comfort zone down. There's a valid I'm not going to talk about this. But it's not controlling for them to have boundaries, though. I want to say something. If somebody is jealous and controlling and they are accustomed to not respecting your boundaries, then their boundary is violating your boundary. Boundaries should be balanced and healthy. This is just one of those things we're just gonna have to agree. I see both sides and I respect both sides, okay? Like, I get it. I'm not the type to keep those old pictures. I don't need them. I move on. But I also feel like I would be overstepping my bounds if I was to say, I need you to forget something that happened in your life so that I can be more comfortable. They admitted to thinking about their exes a lot. We're getting there. All right. They were throwing playful shade at me and being emotionally unavailable while someone close to me was dying in the hospital. Their excuse was that they have a hard time thinking about death and they try to block it out. So we just made excuses instead of making amends. It seems it would be a worthwhile conversation to have for two people getting into a relationship. Goldfart, thank you. Thank you. I agree. I feel like I don't need to force anybody to get rid of any of their pictures, but if they want to, out of kindness and respect and for me, then God bless them. The way I see it is I'm responsible for my insecurities. My insecurities are for me to handle. And if I rely on other people to behave differently in order for me to feel more secure, maybe I'm with the wrong person. But that being said, there is an importance to saying that I should grow and change to make my partner more comfortable. And so it's all about setting realistic expectations, having responsible conversations, and meeting a healthy middle ground. They are, for the second time, traveling by plane to another state over the weekend to visit a woman that they used to have a crush on. Let me just say, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. I'm just gonna say, you had me by number 3. You had me by number 3. The first 2, I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt because I'm not going to try to come in here and just be hyper judgmental or hypercritical. I'm going to hear people out before I make a decision. But I'll be honest, you had me by number 3 pretty much that you made the right choice. But then this one, these last ones really sealed the deal. The last 3 was just like, oh, yeah. They're doing this for the second time. It's a compatibility thing, not a controlling thing. But I would say that you could see it either way, depending on the context and the circumstances. Like, if I came at somebody and I was like, I need you to delete those old pictures, they make me uncomfortable. Like, I'm forcing you to forget your past. Like, I understand the validity of focusing on now and in the future, But they might have their own reasons for keeping them, and those reasons might not be impure. Those reasons might not be insidious. They might not be keeping those pictures because they like to crank their hog to them or dream about the past. They might just be able to say, look how far I've come. I don't know, it's been making me anxious and paranoid and also making me feel like they aren't as all in as I am. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on that one. There's just, there are a lot of red flags here, and it's important to remember that when you're in a relationship and you've got those rose-colored glasses on, you can't really tell that the flags are red. You just see flags waving. You don't know what color they are. I don't want to feel like that in a relationship, so I expressed how I felt and that I'm breaking up with them. Their response was to try to make me feel bad. They claimed that because I was so quick to break up with them, I must have not liked them that much in the first place, but that I just liked that they weren't my ex, my abuser. Honestly, good riddance. Good riddance. Good riddance. So here's the thing. Like, there's... like, maybe one or two of these things from this list, you could be like, okay, maybe we could explain this. Maybe there's a reasonable justification for this. But there's just a lot going on here. I think you really did make the right choice. It feels manipulative, but there's a part of me that is susceptible to manipulation, especially if I deeply care for someone. That same part of me is also saying that I can't expect the people I date to be perfect. I'm conflicted. Darvo? Yep, it's Darvo. It's Darvo. Darvo. Deny. Attack. Reverse victim and offender. Darvo would be, nuh-uh. But what about this thing you did? Actually, this is your fault. Now I'm mad at you. That's Darvo. See, the thing about me and having things on phone is I have never once in my entire relationship with Casey, and Casey and I have been together for 7 years, I have never once felt the need to look at her phone. I have no idea what's on her phone, and I don't care to ever look because I trust her. If she knows these things, it's a flag, right? Like, she knows it's on the phone. This year was the first time I did research on narcissism, and I wish I had watched Dr. Amani videos sooner. Better late than never. Better now than earlier. I mean, you can't go back and change that, but hey, you know now. I think you made the right choice. I feel like there were a lot of red flags there, and this person didn't have the greatest intentions or motivations. And even if all of these things that they did were innocent and pure, they still sound like an emotionally immature idiot. I'm just... Even if they were doing all of those things with no ill intention, that's still just like I'm not dealing with all that. Like, why should I have to deal with all that nonsense? You made the right choice. Hi, Josh. I'm gay. Hi, gay. I'm Josh. We got another one. We got new gay just dropped. Another day, another gay. How to help with social anxiety being caused by being an insecure gay guy. Do we have any formerly insecure gay guys in the room tonight? Anybody who could weigh in on this? I mean, I'll give my perspective, but you got to remember that I'm an ally. I'm an ally, but I'm not on the team. I'm on the sidelines cheering. My recommendation is to find a sense of belonging and a sense of community. And so whether this is finding LGBT, like maybe you're not the type who likes to go to bars and clubs, and that's totally fine. Maybe you want to go to like an LGBT game night, or you want to join an LGBT bowling league, or some sort of hobby club that is catered to people who are identifying as LGBT. I feel like that could be really helpful. Just finding your people. Finding people who have a similar sense of like life experiences, a similar sense of values and virtues, similar mindsets. I feel like that will really help to just feel like you belong and to give you that feeling of security. As an anxious person, what helps is just accepting that I'm going to be anxious. Marty, that's actually a valid technique. We're like, well, I'm going to be anxious, so I may as well deal with it. Because a lot of where anxiety becomes unmanageable is when we try to make it go away, or when we try to ignore it, or when we try to pretend it isn't there. The best way to actually deal with and process anxiety is to say, okay, I'm anxious. What do I want to do about it? It's taking your power back over the anxiety. Anxiety is produced in the primitive reptile part of your brain, the squirrel part of your brain. So maybe, if you're feeling anxious, just look at it as like, I've got this squirrel and he's just running all over the place. What does he need? Is he scared because he saw a cat? Is he trying to find a nut? What does this squirrel need from me? What can I do to help you, little guy? Another thing to remember is that anxiety and excitement are produced in the same region of your brain. So an effective way of dealing with anxiety is to try to convert it into excitement. Instead of asking yourself what could go wrong, ask yourself what could go right. Instead of dreading what is to come, get excited at the prospect of a challenge, an opportunity to test your might. Test your might. I'm suicidal, but I fear death. Then you probably don't want to die. Then I would not take those suicidal thoughts so seriously. What I found to be helpful when I was dealing with suicidal thoughts was I started getting pissed at them. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? That's not helpful. That's not productive. That's not going to solve anything. It's my life. I'm going to fight for it. I started bullying those thoughts in my mind. Don't give up. Keep going. Keep fighting. It will get better. The way that I look at it is death comes for all of us eventually, so I might as well stick around to see when and how that happens. I want to see what happens in my story. I want to see how it plays out. And I feel like to take your own life is such an unsatisfying and it's just not a good end to your story. So if you're feeling this way, please reach out, talk to people. You're not alone in this, and there are people who want to give you a hand up. There are people who want to give you a warm hug. Hey, if it's chocolate croissants that keep you going, that counts. Find something to hang on to. Find something to keep fighting for. Find whatever thread it takes to cling on. I'm so messy, and then eventually I clean and it looks nice until it piles up to a crazy extent and I'm forced to clean and then the loop on the way. That's what Super Nanny says, right? Oh wait, just, I'm on my way. This family's in need of desperate help. Make a little bit of cleaning part of your everyday routine. Emotional release from cleaning a big mess is pretty satisfying. Meanwhile, just clean. And so in some ways it's like we like to let it build up so that when we do break down and actually have to do something, my recommendation is start practicing small, new, little habits that can contribute to your overall cleanliness. The table or the desk or wherever it is you're at, is there any trash that you could take to the trash can? Are there any cups or plates or utensils that you could take to the sink? Doing this is a great way to keep things tidier. Just anytime you get up from where you're at, is there any trash to take with you? Doing recently is I will put dirty dishes directly into the dishwasher, and then when the dishwasher is full, all I gotta do is hit start and we're good to go. Also, if you find yourself in a position where you are taking clean dishes out of the dishwasher and using them instead of just putting those clean dishes away, put those dishes away. It takes 2 minutes. It takes 2 minutes. You know what I've also found to be helpful? Whenever you do like a small cleaning task, what it actually takes you to do. Because I said it's gonna take a long time, or I don't want to do stuff that isn't fun. So literally time yourself and see how long it takes. What I realized is that I can do a sink full of dishes in under 10 minutes. But what it's all about is it's about adopting new habits in different areas. Like, don't worry about being as neat and as tidy as you want to be. Just incorporate small little changes into your tidiness and into your cleanliness routines. And then maybe you need to get better about folding your clothes and doing the dishes and picking up after yourself and cleaning out the cat boxes and taking the trash out or whatever. Work on one of those things. Get to feel like I've got a good routine with that. Every time the trash bag is full, I don't let it just sit in the trash can and keep cramming trash in there. I take it out. That, and another big one is, honestly, whenever you get up from where you're at, take the trash with you. Take the dishes with you. That's what's going to help with clutter not forming. Laundry bin, or wherever you keep your dirty laundry. It shouldn't just be thrown around on the floor or on top of your dresser or all over your bed. It should have a home. Find its home and put it there. You have dirty dishes. Dirty dishes belong where? They belong in the sink or they belong in the dishwasher. They don't belong on your desk. They don't belong on your nightstand. They're not decoration. So find their home and take them home. You can clean and you are capable of cleaning, and you just need to incorporate some new little tweaks and some new little tidying up. As a walk to the kitchen, I'm going to take anything that is in my grasp that needs to go to the kitchen with me. If it's a plate, if it's a piece of trash, whatever it is. So just start trying to practice new habits like that, and they'll add up, and you'll know. The fanciest Nancy. Ho ho ho, thank you for subscribing. We're at 184. Do you think we could hit 200 today? Do you think we could hit 200 today? I'm gonna aim for the stars. I'm gonna aim. Recommendation, affirm that you are worth the effort. Oh, absolutely. Good insight, good addition. Also, I respect each other's viewpoints. I just want to say I appreciate that about this thing. Like, even though you and I agree, I love you all. Thank you. But no, what I find to be helpful is treating cleanliness and treating tight. You know, whenever I do the dishes, it's not me doing the dishes. I'm giving myself the gift of an empty sink. I'm giving myself the gift of a clean desk, a clean workstation, a clean bedroom. I'm doing it because I deserve it. Let's keep on going. We got a presentation to get to. Let's get a presentation to go to, and we got a couple more questions in the box, so let's get to it. I get mad when I see someone not considering their surroundings. Like when someone is being too loud or doing something not socially acceptable, such as yelling "Ara Ara Baka" on a public bus. It's just that I'm super aware of my surroundings, and when I see it, I just feel disgust. Is it something I should work on, or is this normal? Frame rates are dropping. I don't know why. But I think it's okay now. I think it balanced back out. I was dropping frames there for a second, but I think it's okay now. They're trying to silence me. want to see if it balances back out. My bitrate just keeps dipping and spiking, so I wonder if it's going to level out. We're just going to roll with it. We're just going to roll with it. If it's a little bumpy, if it's a little choppy, my apologies. But we're just going to try to keep working on it. We're just going to push through. But I think it's leveled out for the moment. I need If I have to stop and then restart my stream, I'm gonna be so ticked off. But sometimes that's what it needs to fix it. I'm just gonna roll with it, and if it does start to dip, I'll just take a moment to let it level back out again. Alright, so this question... I get mad when I see someone not consider their surroundings. I would say that is normal. That is, we like to see people be considerate. But we also want to, make sure that we're not being overly sensitive. If people are having harmless fun and it's not too disruptive, it doesn't need to be that big of an ordeal. So I guess it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. It's people should be more considerate, but also maybe I shouldn't be so sensitive. I think it's a little bit of both. I have depression and I'm working on it with mindfulness and antidepressants. It's improving, but sometimes I get this sick/uncomfortable feeling in my stomach and I can't point to a reason why. It makes me feel really bad, and it's a feeling I'll get when something super uncomfortable happens or something doesn't happen. I feel like it has something to do with the feeling fine. Let's think about it. Sometimes, okay. Let me talk about this. One of the things that our bodies do in order to determine how they feel is they check in with themselves. Our body is constantly in a state of checking in with itself to determine how it feels. And sometimes we might be feeling fine, but then something comes up and we start to not feel fine. Now, why could that be? Why could that be? It could be because there actually is something going on underneath the surface and we're not sure what that is, and that's why we don't feel fine. Or it could just be the anticipation. The anticipation. Because here's the thing that happens. In people who have panic disorder, people who experience frequent panic attacks, one of the things that we have observed is that having the fear of having a panic attack can send you into a panic attack. In a similar regard, feeling like something should be wrong if you're used to things feeling bad or feeling off, you start to anticipate those feelings. And so sometimes you will manifest those feelings. And so what I would try to do is in those moments when you start to feel those things, that's a great time to start positive self-talk. Just talk yourself through it. Just be like, how do I feel right now? And just say it out loud. How do I feel right now? Mentally, I feel okay. But I feel like my stomach is getting a little agitated, so maybe I'm a little bit anxious about something. Maybe I'm a little anxious about something. Maybe something's going on that I'm not fully aware of. Maybe my body is picking up on something that my mind is not aware of. What could that be? Just work through it. Just be like, what could it be? Because it could be something. It could be something. Maybe it's that deadline you've got coming up. Maybe it's that conversation you had. Maybe it's something coming to the surface. But also, maybe it's just nothing. And so the only way to figure that out is to sit down and think about it and say, all right, what's going on here? But not from not from a judgmental place. We're just trying to approach ourselves in a gracious and understanding way. Like, what's going on, little guy? What's got you all worked up? That's how I talk to my tummy. Whenever my tummy is upset, I say, what's going on, little guy? You doing okay? Can I help you with anything? Do you need a snack? You just feeling a little anxious? Because here's the thing. If you have been dealing with depression for a long time, it becomes kind of normal for you and your body starts to expect it and it starts to normalize those types of feelings. And so sometimes when you are working on changing yourself, if you're working on, rewiring your brain, you're trying to change your relationship with these types of feelings. And you're trying to find a new normal. Sometimes things feel weird. Sometimes things feel uncomfortable just because they're new. The next time you feel that feeling in your stomach, try to breathe in a relaxed way. Take some deep, calming, relaxing breaths. Because if it really is a vagal nerve activation, what we need to do is we need to reintroduce relaxation into our vagus nerve system, and the way that we do that is through our breath. Whenever you take big, deep, relaxed breaths, you take a big breath in, and then slowly let it out through your mouth. What you're doing is you are constricting your bronchial tubes. Whenever you activate your bronchial tubes, whenever you intake a big breath, you send signals to your parasympathetic nervous system that lower your heart rate, and it triggers a feeling of relaxation in your body. So just do a few big, deep breaths and just see what happens. Just see how it affects those feelings. Maybe it'll help to give you some relief. Alright, gamers. Are we ready? It's presentation time. You ready for the Prezi? You ready? You ready to get down to business? Should I take a quick potty break first? Does anybody have to pee? Any pissers? I might take just a very quick break, like 30, 45, just 1 minute. I'm just gonna run to the restroom real quick. That way I don't have to hold my pee. Here, I'll run an ad. I'll run an ad real quick. That's what we'll do. Where's Mudang? Alright, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee and we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That was quick. I was quick. Ba 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 ba. Bah. Showed Mudang to my coworkers and said she was my self-care jam. It's true. It's true. Baby hippos are good for your self-care. Just look at that little dude. A little gremlin. All right. Presentation time. Today, we're doing narcissism in the workplace. Let's do a poll real quick. Let's do a poll, chat. We're gonna do a poll. I want to hear the voice of the people. The poll question is, have you met a narcissist at work? I would argue that most of you probably have met at least one. There are certain jobs, certain titles that really draw that type of person in. Have you ever had a manager that just didn't respect your boundaries? Have you ever had a manager that would take credit for your hard work? Like, let's say that you bust your ass and put in the hours so that the store could be looking good, and then the general manager comes in and all of the praise is heaped upon your immediate supervisor and you don't get any of that accolade or recognition. Where does narcissism separate from a personality disorder versus just being a narcissist? Ah, we actually went over that yesterday. If you're interested in hearing more about that, I would recommend checking out the presentation we did yesterday. We got the VOD up, and we talked about the narcissistic spectrum. And so the line, though, just to answer your question, the line is, at what point does it interfere with your life? At what point does it interfere with your relationships? At what point is it inhibiting your growth? Like, what is the impact of these narcissistic traits? 10 years working in law firms? Yep. Definitely never met a single narcissist working in law firms. Virtually staring daggers at my mom. You know, the thing about narcissists is that we get mad at them and we get upset with them, but in the long run, it's like you kind of feel sad for them. It's a lonely life, you know, because all of the people that you surround yourself with, you only want them there because they help to uplift you and they contribute to your narcissistic supply. You really lack any meaningful, deep connection with other people, and that's what life is all about. So I feel bad for narcissists. I feel sorry for them. In IT, you get narcissism to cover up being dumb. Just say you don't know and ask for help. Oh, exactly. Exactly. That's a good point. You're like, it's this new update. This new update you did messed everything up, and now I can't log into my Outlook. It's like, well, what's the problem? Why can't you log into Outlook? It says wrong password whenever I type in my password. Like, all right, well, can you show me how you log into your email? It's like they don't click the icon that you put on the desktop for them when you set up the system. They open up a browser, and then they go to yahoo.com, and then they go to the search bar, and they type... they do a web search, and then they find the link. Working in IT is infuriating. I did it in college for a little bit. I did it for 2 years in college, and it was mind-numbing. Wow, 0 no's. I can't say that I'm surprised. I can't. So let's just say you'll probably find this presentation relatable. You know what would be really based? If you deal with narcissists in your workplace, consider printing out this presentation and you could print off this presentation and you could take it into work and say, hey, I have an idea for a new training that you can do. You can take it to HR and be like, I have an idea for a new training. Just leave it lying around the break room. Yeah, just leave a stack of them in the. just leave them strategically placed around the office for people to pick up and like, what the fuck is this? Just say, oh, that was a training handout I got. I don't know where that came from. That was here when I got here.
My guy, a couple of the attorneys at my firm almost got caught buying a gift card, a gift card scammer. You have to be a certain level of technologically illiterate to fall for a gift card scam. They're like, all right, yes, thank you. In order to process your payment, we need you to give us an iTunes gift card. Can you go ahead and read the code off the back for me? Thank you very much. One was at Target when I realized, oh my god. You know what's funny is Russian hackers took down the state of Missouri's Department of Revenue network. So you couldn't get, you couldn't do your property taxes, you couldn't do like your license renewals, you couldn't do any of that stuff because they took the network down. And they found out that it was because somebody clicked on a phishing email. And I couldn't renew the tags on my truck for like 2-3, like it was down for weeks. And then after they brought it back up, you had to schedule an appointment to go in because there was such a backlog. It was terrible. Wow. Nobody's not met a narcissist at work. I'm shocked. I'm surprised. Let's just say that these 5 unsures are probably going to turn into 5 yeses after the presentation. You know, we've got a little bit of time left. We got a little bit of time left in the poll. So let me just ask you, what's your story? Who was the narcissist? Who was the first person in the work environment that you were like, something's not right here? Your first instance of a narcissist at work. I would say that mine was my first experience working at a big box retailer. And there were a lot of like MBAs. There were a lot of people who were like fresh out of business school and this was their first job in a corporate structure, as they would come and they would just be like lower level of the upper tier of management. And there were just way too many of them. There were like 15 of them for some reason. I'm like, why do we have so many? And it was terrible. It was terrible. Our CEO had their email hacked 3 times within the last 2 years. And they let that person be CEO? Like, I'm sorry, but if you can't not get your email hacked, you should not be a CEO. At least, like, I'll give you one. Like, maybe one. Like, somebody cracks into your email somehow. But, like, you can't be clicking on phishing links. You got a company to run. This is why CEOs get paid the big bucks. All right, well, unsurprisingly, an overwhelming amount of people said yes. So I feel like this presentation you will find really relatable. And if you're unsure, maybe we'll change your mind. So, all right. All right, let's get to it. Narcissism in the workplace. Let's talk about it. What does narcissism look like in a corporate setting? Yesterday we talked all about the different traits of narcissism, and I'm going to remind you of some of those. Some of the traits of narcissism include grandiosity, entitlement, and a lack of empathy. And these types of traits can thrive in a corporate setting.
In that high pressure environment, these types of behaviors can actually be encouraged and rewarded. So not only do you see narcissists in a corporate setting, but sometimes you see some pretty severe narcissism in a corporate setting. Because the setting actually encourages it. Narcissists in the workplace will often display self-serving behaviors, such as taking credit for others' work and disregarding team efforts. The example that comes to mind always for me is the lower level employees doing all of the actual work on a project. Whether it be coming up for an update for the software, or whether it be redesigning the storefront and reorganizing, or, putting all of the old items onto clearance and, just taking inventory. And then the higher level management comes through and they look at the work that was done, and the supervisor for the people who actually did the work, they get the credit, they get the bonus. They're like, oh yeah, the profit quota, we exceeded our profit margins. We did great. We did great. We had a great quarter. So management gets a bonus. And that's it. And that's it. The workplace narcissism also creeps into family settings, like them treating the family like if they were part of a corporation. Right? Or being in a corporate setting and they're like, we're all family here. Like, this is a family. Whenever people try to adopt a family label to that end, they're like, oh, so you're just saying that if you abuse me, I should just deal with it because we're family? The thing about workplace narcissists is that they can often be very charismatic, and they may rise to leadership positions despite being poor collaborators. They're typically not good team players. But these are the people that you often see going for promotions and getting promotions because they are cutthroat. They will walk up the corporate ladder by stepping on the necks of the people beneath them. Narcissism often appears as authoritarian leadership, micromanagement, or a focus on personal gain over company success. And when I say company success, I don't mean the company is doing well financially, the company is making money. What I mean is, to be a successful company, you need to treat all of your employees well. You need to show all of your employees dignity and respect, and the hardest workers need to be compensated appropriately. That is what makes a company a success in my eyes, not just were we successful in the eyes of the shareholders. So, what are some signs of workplace narcissism? If you were uncertain if you've encountered a narcissist in your workplace, let's take a look. What are some signs? An inflated sense of self-importance. Narcissists in the workplace are constantly emphasizing their achievements, their status, or their role in the company. Now I'm the manager. They're always emphasizing and reminding you of their authority. need for admiration. They will often seek excessive recognition or praise, often at the expense of others. Now, who is it that they seek praise from? When we consider narcissists and their behaviors, they don't normally seek excessive recognition or praise from the people that are beneath them or the people that they view as being beneath them. They typically seek out the praise and recognition of the people that outrank them, because those are the only people that they really care to win over, because those are the people who have power to promote them or to give them what they're looking for, which is more power, more recognition, more praise. Workplace narcissists are also commonly exploiting other people. And this may look like manipulation of team members for personal gain. Maybe you requested a day off, and you requested this day off 2 months ago. But the boss has something come up and they need the day off, or they can't be there, so they make you have to come in to cover it. Or they want a bonus. Maybe they want recognition from higher management. Maybe they want to get a better bonus or whatever it is they're looking for. And so they will make you, as the employee, do more with less. Well, they didn't have to pay as much money because they didn't have to pay as many workers to be there, so they just work you extra hard so that it can look like they saved money. This also includes delegating work without giving credit and blaming others for failures. Lack of empathy. Have you ever been treated like a tool rather than a person? If you've ever been treated like a tool rather than a person, you may have encountered a workplace narcissist. Narcissists have a difficulty engaging in empathy. And what this means is that they have a very low or little regard for the emotional well-being of their coworkers. Oh, you can't stay late because somebody's got to watch your kids? Well, that's too bad, Sharon. Somebody's got to man that cash register. Oh, you can't stay? You can't come in because your dog is sick? Well, is there anyone else who could take your dog to the vet? Just terrible stuff. Oh, you have a funeral? Well, I'm going to need to see a death certificate. Oh, your dad's in the hospital? Get a doctor's note. There's just no room for humanity. Anytime you come to them for, you come to them looking for humanity and they just treat you in an inhumane way. The workers who just died in the hurricane because their boss told them they would be fired if they left. I would rather be unemployed than dead. That boss should be in prison for the rest of their life. My law firm wanted access to my psychologist when I came out as trans to make sure I stayed on track and met performance metrics. What the fuck? That is a huge violation of your privacy. That's terrible. If I was a psychologist and somebody was like, hey, my work wants to be able to contact you to talk about my treatment, I would say, tell your job to fuck off. Like, I, as a psychologist, would not authorize that. I'd be like, they have no fucking business. Like, seriously, I, as a psychologist, would be like, I don't think your work needs to contact me at all. I don't see how it's relevant to our treatment. I don't see how it's relevant to your well-being. I think that's a violation of your boundaries, and I think that... Yeah, absolutely not. No way. That's the same type of shit you'll see from, like, overbearing parents. Is they're like, I need to be able to talk to your doctor, but you're like 30. They're like, why do you need to talk to my doctor? You're exactly what my psychologist said. Well, good. It sounds like you were seeing a good psychologist. If I was seeing a psychologist and I told them that and they were like, well, where do I sign? I'd be like, are you fucking serious? Alright, another sign of workplace narcissism is resistance to feedback. They have an inability to accept constructive criticism, and they perceive any critique as a personal attack. And one of the ways that they handle this feeling and they handle this difficulty dealing with feedback is they deflect blame onto other people. It's not my fault that we didn't hit the profits. It's because those damned employees weren't upselling enough. We didn't get enough credit card signups because it's the employee's fault. It's not because the economy's in the shithole and people don't want to keep opening up new credit cards to buy clothes. But no, seriously, that's the kind of shit that you'll see. Like, I have friends who work in retail, and this is one of the things that you'll hear is that the employees will get penalized or they will get disciplined because they aren't hitting their quota for getting people to sign up for credit cards. It's like, maybe people just don't want to open up another credit card that they can only use at your clothing store. Why does... It's my fault, my stream, redact. Yep, I accept full responsibility. I accept full accountability for my stream. When I worked at Sears a long time ago, there was a worker that would trick old people into signing up for credit cards so she could get bonuses from management. That's so fucked up. Oh my god, that reminds me of something, Sugar. Can I tell you a little story real quick? I took Jamie. Jamie is Casey's sister. And Jamie's autistic. Jamie, you know, needs a little bit of assistance sometimes with certain things. But, like, we went to Sears because Jamie wanted to get new shoes. And Jamie had money and Jamie was going to buy the shoes. And the person at the cash register kept pressuring Jamie to get this sign up for a Sears credit card. And I'm like, excuse me, your store is going out of business. And like, I stepped in because they were like pressuring Jamie, and like, when you pressure Jamie into like Jamie will normally just like try to make peace and be like, well, okay, I guess I'll go along with what, but, and so I had to step in. I'm like, no, I'm like, no. And they kept pushing. I'm like, shut the fuck. I got mad. I got so mad. I'm like, they asked like 4 times to sign up for a credit card. I'm like, no. And this happened like just a couple months before that store ended up closing permanently. But no, I got... I got heated. Right. Let's talk a little bit about how narcissism can manifest in a corporate environment. I should retitle this. I think I forgot to change the title for this slide. Hold on, let me fix it real quick. That works better. We'll go with that. I was like, I think I just had the wrong thing put in there. All right. How does narcissism manifest in management styles? You may see a very authoritarian style of management, meaning that the manager is always right and they expect their employees to follow without question. Like, do you like your job here? If you like your job, you shouldn't ask questions and you should listen to what we tell you to do. It also commonly manifests in micromanagement. Feeling the need to control every aspect of a project, just constantly injecting yourself into it. What this actually does is that this actually stifles creativity and independence. Micromanagement is actually harmful to productivity. I just quit my corporate job an hour ago when being told last week I need to think about what matters to me more, my job or my family. Absolutely based. How fucked in the head does somebody have to be to even have that mindset? Why should a job ever be more important than your family? Isn't the whole... Aren't there movies about this? Aren't there, like, isn't this just the whole, like, thing that, like, so many people have had to come to the same realization? They're on their deathbed, and they're like, if only I made a little bit more money for the shareholders. Honestly, all that this says to me is, like, this is a self-report that this person hates their family. If this person had a family that they liked, that they wanted to spend time with, they wouldn't be promoting such a bullshit ideology. Nobody's on their deathbed wishing that they had worked more. Nobody's on their deathbed wishing that they had spent less time with their family. Nobody's on their deathbed saying, oh man, I wish I had spent more time working and less time watching my children grow. Some people are like that, and I feel bad for him. I feel sorry for him. I never felt so defeated at the time, but you took a W. Even though you had to quit your job, it's like you came out ahead. It's still a win for you. I would never want to work at a job that made me prioritize the job over my family. Have you ever encountered credit hogs? Have you ever encountered a credit hog? Somebody who takes full credit for a successful project, even when most of the work was done by others? If you've worked in a law office, you've probably seen this happen. You know, if you work as a paralegal and you actually have to do a lot of the work, and then the attorney's just like, "Good job, fellow attorney." I'm a paralegal and I do almost all the work on my cases. See, that's what I'm saying. They ask me what's going on with them because they have no idea. Then you know what you should do? You know what would be a total boss move, Suga? You should say, if you'd like to sit down with me and consult regarding this case, I have an hourly rate. When you're dealing with lawyers, you have to talk to them like a lawyer. I just had a partner ask me today about a case he's never done anything on. You gotta talk to these lawyers like a lawyer. You gotta lawyer the lawyers. Like, well, if you want to sit down and go, you see, what you say is, I've actually got a lot on my agenda today, but if you want, I can take some time, or I can schedule some time. We can sit down for a meeting, but I am gonna have to bill you at my normal hourly rate because this is outside of my regular job description, and it takes away from the time in which I can do my other designated tasks. Anytime a job has ever asked me to do something that wasn't in my job description, you better believe that I reminded them of that. Like, actually, this isn't in my job description, so if you want me to do that, we're gonna have to discuss my compensation. They never liked it when I did that. Can you tell I was a real rapscallion at work? Can you tell that I've always been a bit of a stinker in a corporate environment? But yeah, if they want you to take time out of your day so that you can sit down and explain the case to them that they should understand because that's their job, charge them a consulting fee. Like, I'd love to go over this case with you, but I will have to bill you for the consultation. And if you don't want to do that, then we'll have to discuss my hourly rate. They could also just look at the file and see, that's what I'm saying. They could just sit down and read the file because that's part of their job, but if they want you to sit down and read it to them, that's not really your job. Your job is to just, you know, get everything together and just make sure that everything's how it should be and make sure everything's prepared. Like, how much hand-holding do they need? You're gonna make a great attorney one day. How much of the work does the judge do who hears court cases? Judges will read a blip out of the case for most things. They'll just be like, all right, what's the bullet points? Just give me the TLDR. What you'll notice is that as you climb any corporate structure, the higher you get, the better you get paid, but also the less work you actually do. Meritocracy is a myth. Alright, narcissistic managers, they also engage in favoritism and manipulation. You've probably noticed this in a work environment. You've probably seen that the people who suck up to the manager, or the people who go with what the manager tells them to do without question, they become the manager's favorite. But they will also use this to their advantage to create divisions and to maintain control. So if you're the manager's favorite, you'll get the good hours, you'll get the good shifts, you'll get the good assignments. But if you are on the manager's shit list, you get the shit work. You get the shit shifts. In some cases, you literally have to clean the poopy bathrooms. Narcissistic managers also engage in punitive behaviors, meaning that they will react harshly to perceived slights. If they feel like they've been disrespected, if they feel like their authority has been challenged or questioned, they will not take it well. And this creates a hostile or a toxic work environment. We have one and people are starting to notice the favorite doesn't do their work. Very interesting how that works. It's like, yeah, they found out that all that they have to do is capitulate to the narcissist. All that they have to do is keep giving that narcissist their narcissistic supply and say, oh wow, you're so great, you're so awesome, how do you do it? I want to be just like you one day. You're so smart. What is the impacts of workplace narcissism? What is its effect on people? It makes for low morale. The constant competition for approval or praise can demotivate employees and cause stress. Places with narcissistic management often have a much higher rate of turnover. This also leads to employee burnout. Narcissists have targets or scapegoats too. Absolutely. Absolutely. We talked about that a lot whenever we talked about narcissistic parents on Tuesday. We talked about that, how in a group of siblings, there tends to be one sibling that gets the majority of it, and they find themselves to be the target or the scapegoat. And in some cases, the other siblings are completely unaware of the narcissistic trends of the parent until adulthood, or perhaps even never. Another side effect of having workplace narcissism is reduced collaboration. there's actually less teamwork. People are less likely to be able to work together effectively because there is a emphasis on individualism. People will be focusing more on their own success rather than the goals of the team. So what is it we want to do? We want to embrace collectivism. We want to embrace solidarity. We want to embrace socialism. It's socialism or narcissism. Don't describe my childhood. Sugar, were you here for the narcissistic parent presentation? Because we had some good stuff that we talked about. I was going through it and didn't think I could handle. Sugar, you're stronger than you know, and I hope that someday soon you're able to embrace your full power. And when you do, the world better watch out. Another impact of workplace narcissism is that it breeds distrust and division. As staff are left scrambling to try to maintain control and avoid accountability, we're trying to stay on the narcissist's good side, even though it's often to the detriment of the wellness of the company, or as, you know, it interferes with our ability to produce what it is we're trying to produce. We're also trying to avoid accountability because we don't want to be the target of the wrath of the narcissist. If things fail, the narcissist is not going to assume accountability for their own role in why things failed. They are going to try to find someone to blame for that failure. All right. The slide we've all been waiting for. How do we deal with narcissistic leadership? How do we deal with narcissists at work? Now here's the thing, I'm going to go into this saying that it doesn't always work. Sometimes it's just not doable. Sometimes it's just not possible. And we will get into that. We will get into that. The next slide, I want to say it's the next slide after this one. It's like when to know, like how to know when to leave. So I want to go into this just saying that it may not be able to be successfully navigated, but this is how you can try to navigate it. At least for the time being. Maybe things will change, or maybe different opportunities will come up. First off, set boundaries. Be clear about what is and isn't acceptable, and reinforce these limits consistently. If you have a set schedule that you are supposed to come in, and they keep trying to get you to stay late or come in on your days off, it's okay to say no. It's essential to have that boundary. You're available at a certain time for a reason, Don't let them cross that boundary. Because once they cross that boundary, that's not going to be enough for them. They're just going to keep wanting more. They're just going to keep coming for more. Next up, document your interactions. Keep record. Keep the receipts. Save those emails. Get it in writing whenever possible. If your boss asks you to do something that's just outlandish, get it in writing. If they tell you to do something in person, just say, "Could you send that to me in an email?" I would just like to have that all written out for my records. Keep that documentation. Any key conversations or feedback or requests or, just so that you can protect yourself from manipulation. So that they can't gaslight you. So that they can't change their story down the line to be like, actually, I have a record of that. Here, you want me to send it to you? I'll forward you that email. This is such an important practice to get into if you're dealing with narcissists in the workplace. It's such a lifesaver to just be like, well, actually, you said this in this email, and I will just forward that to you so that you can, not be made to feel crazy. Manage up. Manage up. This is a fun term. What we're referring to when we say manage up is manage your manager. There is a way that you can interact with your managers to offer them feedback and suggestions, and if you frame it in a positive way, and you do it in a way that can avoid triggering their defensiveness, you might be able to sway some of their behaviors. Like if you have a boss that comes in and they're yelling, just try to find a moment to talk to them once they've calmed down, preferably after they've eaten lunch. If you're ever going to talk to a manager about something like this and you're trying to offer them suggestions or solutions, catch them when they're happy. Catch them right after lunch. They're not hungry. They're just chilling. Come in and be like, hey, do you think that there was a better way to be motivating? Because I've just been hearing some discussion and I don't think that coming on so... just be very mindful of how you say it. Like, you came on a little strong there. Instead of saying, like, why were you yelling? Why were you so aggressive? Just be like, do you think you came on a little strong there earlier? Do you think that there might be a better way to motivate people? This can be helpful, and it's more helpful if the person that you're dealing with is actually open to these types of things, because, we're not going to write off every narcissist as being completely unchangeable. We're not going to write off every narcissist as being a lost cause. They're just a frightened human trying to figure out the best way to navigate a human life, and they have some maladapted coping mechanisms. That's it. So maybe we can reach them. Maybe we can make things a little bit better if we do it in the right way. It's also really important to stay emotionally detached. You gotta recognize that narcissistic behavior is about them, and it's not about you. So avoid taking it personally. Sometimes you can be the worker who helps them look good and you can improve the workplace. That's a really good point to mention. If you can sell it to your boss in that it will make them look even better, you can feed into their ego. Be like, you know what? You attract more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. The emotional reaction is the hardest for me, but you have so much practice in it. Hard, but not impossible. Sugar, do you feel like you're in a place where we could break that down and talk about it a little bit? Because I might have some. You probably are aware though. Like, why is it that I have an emotional reaction when I get into it with my boss? It's because, well, what do you think that reminds you of? What does that remind you of? In what ways does it remind you of old traumas? That might be. That might be. You know why? Well, once you know why, then you can move on to the what. What do I want to do about it? Lastly, build alliances in the workplace. Find trusted colleagues, and if necessary, document things, talk to HR, talk to other managers. Don't be afraid to talk to other people to get some assistance and support. Don't forget, Sugar, you were the first happy camper, and that was for a reason. Don't let the haters get you down. You're a badass bitch, and you're just gonna have to accept it. You're just gonna have to come to terms with that. So validating when someone at work understands and you don't have to take it to your friends or family so much. Exactly. You should talk to your friends or your colleagues at work about it. And if you work at a place where they tell you that you can't talk about work at work, find a new job. If they tell you you can't talk about how much money you make, or you can't find a new job. Sugar, I got something for you. Sugar, I've got something for you. You wanna know what it is? I got you a diamond. Got you a big gem. Like, Sugar, you're just gonna have to come to terms with the fact that you're a badass bitch and that you lived through all that shit and that in spite of all of the things that happened to you and all of the bullshit you had to deal with, you're out here kicking ass. And that should be celebrated. Oh yeah, we gotta get the VIP on Jaina while we're at it. Let's get Jaina that diamond. You know what? 15 gets one too. 15 gets one too. I'm All right. How to protect your mental health in a narcissistic workplace. First off, practice self-care. Having a healthy work-life balance is essential to your survival. Make sure you have good outlets to reduce your stress. Try to think as little about work as possible when you aren't at work. If you find yourself thinking about work too much when you're not at work, that's a good indicator that you might not have a healthy work-life balance. So what are some new things that you could incorporate to practice good self-care, whether it be hobbies or spending time with friends, talking to loved ones? Seek mentorship or external validation. Develop relationships outside the narcissist's influence. Talk to other people who are outside of that environment so that you can get some validation. So that you can get some perspective and emotional support. Because sometimes you can't just talk to it. If you're at work and you want to complain about a boss, you might not know who you can trust. You might not know who you can talk to. If you talk to the wrong employee and you're complaining about a narcissistic boss, but this person wants to earn recognition and prestige in the eyes of the narcissist, they might narc on you. They'll narc to the narc. Also, they're also ingrained in that environment, so it is by and large normalized to them as well. And so sometimes you need to go outside of it and just be like, yeah, this is what's happening at work, just to get some validation. Be like, you think this is normal? Like, is this okay? Is this healthy? I always found it helpful to check in with friends who worked at other firms to ask, is this normal? Do you have things like that happen at your firm? Absolutely, because you want to make sure. Because if it doesn't pass the sniff test, you should probably go around and ask other people, hey, does this stink? But you want to ask people that aren't accustomed to the stink. If they live in it, if they work in it, they are used to the smell. If possible, limit the amount of interactions that you have with the narcissist. No unnecessary engagement. Just talk to them as little as possible. All right, what is it you need me to do? Okay, I'll get right on it. Just minimize the amount of time that you're exposing yourself to their toxic behaviors. Last but not least, focus on your own development. Keep learning and growing, and focus on what you can control, such as your own career goals. Whether that be, going to a different department at the same company, or going to a different company that works in the same, realm that you have experience in. Focus on your own growth and don't sacrifice that just so that the narcissist can feel better about themselves. Don't allow yourselves to be exploited. I feel like my husband should be watching this right now. He's going through it at work. I feel terrible watching his mental health decline. Heterophone. You can link him the VOD, but also I can send you these slides. Like, do you want me to send you a copy of these slides? All right. When to consider leaving. When to consider leaving. Because here's the thing. You might not be able to find a way to make it work. It might just become too terrible. Your boundaries just might be consistently violated. They might not respect you as a person. They might just continue to exploit you and take advantage of you. And you can see, like, maybe I can't progress here as at this company because the narcissist who has power over me within the corporate structure does not want me to progress. You know what I mean? So, when should we consider leaving? When there is persistent toxicity. If the environment remains hostile despite efforts to manage it, consider whether staying is worth the emotional toll. Like, well, I've tried to sit down and talk to my manager about it. I've tried to be nice to them about it. I've tried to enforce my boundaries, but they just continue to perpetuate this toxic work environment. It's probably worth considering to find something else. Don't ever obey a boss who asks you to do something unethical, because if it backfires, guess what? Yep. They're not going to get blamed for it. They're going to blame you for it. Even though they told you to do it, what they're going to do is they're going to say, I didn't tell him to do that. I told him to do something slightly different than that, and they didn't listen to me. I told them not to do that. They'll just fucking lie. You think a narcissist is going to avoid using deceit in order to climb the corporate ladder? You think they're above just outright lying to avoid accountability and to shift blame onto you? He also follows me. Tell him I love him. When else should we consider leaving? When there is a risk of causing long-term career damage. Narcissistic leadership can block your career progression, especially if they are constantly taking credit for your work, or undermining your contributions, or shifting blame onto you. The thing about narcissists is that they like having people that they can regularly shift blame onto, the scapegoat or the target of their narcissistic abuse. And so if that person is you in the corporate setting, it's probably a good idea to find someplace else to work. Because it's just going to continue. They're going to keep you around so that they can continue to blame you for things for as long as they can. It's going to block your progression. You're not going to be able to get any promotions. There's no mobility. So just think about it. Think about how it affects your career plan. Lastly, whenever it's causing you burnout or mental health issues, when the stress of dealing with narcissistic behaviors begins to affect your physical or emotional well-being, it might be time to move on. I believe in my heart that if you are the target, you must get away as soon as you can. You cannot win. Yep. Yep, because they made a mark out of you. They made a mark out of you. If they try it once and they see that, and it's like it's like a bullying tactic, except narcissism is kind of like advanced bullying. If they find that they can do that to you and you don't stand up to them, you don't reassert yourself, you don't, show your boundaries, you just take it, then they're just going to keep giving it to you. All right, let's sum it up. Let's wrap it up. Narcissistic traits, such as grandiosity, entitlement, and lack of empathy, can thrive in corporate settings. And this often leads into toxic management styles. I also don't really agree with talking to HR. I also am not big on taking things to HR because they oftentimes will just try to protect the interest of the company. But sometimes, just for the sake of documentation, just to say that you did, just to say that you did bring it up, that you did mention it, because let's say that you end up getting wrongfully terminated. Let's say that they find some way to blame you for something that you didn't do and they end up terminating you, and then you have grounds for a wrongful termination case. And then you're going to say, well, I was just suffering all of this abuse and the workplace was just so toxic and they were always, shifting blame onto me for things that I didn't do. And they'll be like, well, did you go to HR? Did you talk to anyone at the company about it? Even if talking to HR isn't helpful, do it just for the sake that it is on the record. That you tried. Whether or not it's actually helpful. You just want there to be, because you're in a bureaucratic system, and so you have to, you have to play the game. You have to be like, well, I did bring it to HR. In fact, I actually sent I corresponded with them on these dates, and I talked to somebody on this date, and I brought up my concerns and my issues and nothing was done about it. It's scary to go to HR. Oh yeah, that's because HR isn't there to protect the employees, it's there to protect the company. Also, just the name. Human Resources. When I first started working in a corporate setting, and I heard the term Human Resources, the first thing my brain thought of was resources for humans. Humans work here, and they need resources. If you as a human need resources, go to HR. But boy, was I mistaken. Boy, was I naive. It's not resources for you, it's you are the resource. You are the human resource of the company. And what do we do with resources? We use them up. We consume them. We exploit them. HR attracts narcissists anyway? Oh yeah. There's an entire field of psychology. It's called IO psychology, also known as, it stands for industrial organizational psychology. And this is where people who want to go do HR study. They study things like, how can you make your employees more effective? How can you make your employees more productive? I took one class of IO psychology because I had to for my degree. And it was the most boring, dreadful class that I've ever had to take. I would rather take statistics again. I would rather take research methods than take an IO psychology class. You know what I found? This is a quick side note, a quick little side. This is a syllabus for Psych 333. Psych 333, baby. Introduction to Industrial Organizational Psychology. Industrial organizational psychology is the study of human behavior, cognition, and emotion at work. IO psychologists study and apply concepts such as employee recruitment and selection, performance appraisal, training, motivation, leadership, job satisfaction, emotions, and work stress. This was the worst psychology class I've ever had to take. This was the worst psychology class I studied for 8 years. I took 8 years of college. I've taken many psychology classes, obviously, because that's what I have my degree in. That was the worst one. Because whenever I went to a psychology class, I was excited to learn. It was an interesting topic, but that one was a chore. It was terrible. I'm talking a lot of shit about... Also, I helped a graduate assistant with a research project, and they were in the IO Psych program, and so the research study that I helped to facilitate, I had to run clinical trials and stuff. It was for IO Psych, and it was the most boring. It was terrible. It's terrible. But I did get a couple credit hours for doing that. That was nice. I got a couple of credit hours. That was cool. Narcissists in leadership may display micromanagement, favoritism, and credit hogging, undermining team morale and collaboration. One thing I want to mention real quick, I want to take a step back because I didn't really touch on it as much. Grandiosity, as it applies to narcissism in the workplace. When we see grandiosity, this is like, think about like Elon Musk and the way that he treats his employees, and like the the goals that he will impose on them. And he'll be like, we need to be able to make this happen. If you can't make this happen, you shouldn't work here. If you're not willing to live at the office and work 80 plus hours a week, do you even really want to be here? That's what grandiosity is all about. It's like, we need to be the greatest. It was hellish, Jaina. Absolutely. It made me feel like I was... It's like learning how to use your powers for evil. Like, when you learn psychology, it's like... It becomes very apparent that you can use these skills for good or for evil. And IO psychology felt like I was on the dark side. If we want to stand a chance at dealing with narcissists, we've got to set boundaries, we've got to manage interactions carefully, and we've also got to protect our mental health, whether it be through good self-care. Actually, I would say have both. Have both good self-care and strong external supports. In persistent toxic environments, it's important to assess the long-term impact on your career and your well-being, considering other opportunities if necessary. And that's it. That's the presentation. Do we have any questions? Presentation complete. Thank you. Also, guess what? I updated my soundboard. I added 2 new sounds. You want to hear them? You want to hear my new... I added some new sounds.
Stinky!
I got some new sounds. We got stinky.
Stinky!
We've also got this one. I love Dune. I think that the recent 2 movies were so good. I was very satisfied with those films. So good. I want to watch them again. It's been a minute. Also, I got a new TV in the front room. I kind of want to watch them on the big TV. Any questions? Any questions about narcissists in the workplace? Our presentation for today. Did we learn something? Was anybody who was unsure in the poll, are they feeling more sure now, perhaps? Heterophone, are you here? I learned that it's socialism or narcissism. Amen. It's very affirming. Good. Good. Because one of the things that narcissists in the workplace will do is they will make you feel like you are the problem. They will feel like you need to adjust. You don't care enough. You're a bad employee. They'll put it all onto you. When in reality, they don't have to. They don't have to be that way. There's a better way to encourage and, empower your employees. Heterophone, are you still here? Heterophone. Heterophone, are you there? I think they left. They wanted a copy of this slideshow. I was gonna see if they were still here. It's hard to keep up with the gaslighting on your own. Exactly. Exactly. The thing about gaslighting is that when you spend too long in an environment where you're being gaslit, you get used to the smell of gas. And it's not until you're out there and you're free and you're able to breathe in the cool, clean air that you realize, oh, that wasn't healthy. That wasn't right. All right, let's get back to the question box. We've got a couple more questions in the box. So let's take a look. I was unsure for the narcissistic employee vote, but after the presentation, I realized many, many bosses I worked with matched the description. Then my job was mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. I did it. That was my goal. That was my goal, is to, enlighten people who might have been on the fence, who just weren't really sure. Mission accomplished.
Stinky.
Right. We're back into the questions. Is this club cult adjacent? I know you're about to talk about a club that you were in, but whenever I initially read this, I was like, are you talking about me? I was like, are you talking about us? Because, no way. Not at all. We're definitely not a cult. Definitely not a cult here. Nothing to worry about. We're an intentional community. It's different. I'm not sure how to explain everything, so I'll just list some weird things that happened. It all began after my elementary school promotion. One of my teachers gave my parents a paper about him starting an after-school club held every Friday at my new middle school. The club was about spiritual empowerment and teaching students to avoid bad habits, like smoking and drinking alcohol. Teaching us students how to become a great leader and person in the world. Now it's middle school and some of my friends joined the club. It only had around 15 students, and most, if not all, didn't really care about the club itself. Yeah, because it sounds boring as hell. Sounds boring as Like, alright, middle schoolers, here's why you shouldn't. Like, honestly, thinking back to school, I learned more about drugs in DARE than I ever did anywhere else. I learned about the existence of drugs that I had never heard of before. You got to be mindful of like when and how you teach kids about that kind of stuff, because sometimes teaching them about it and telling them that it's bad, they might just get more curious about it. They're like, why was it that my lame teacher was trying to get me to not smoke and drink? That must mean that smoking and drinking is cool because my teacher's lame. You know what I mean? You got to be mindful about this kind of stuff. In 8th grade, we had to do a drug unit. I got weed and was like, hey, this sounds pretty cool. They're like, it makes you want to sit on the couch. It makes things extra funny. It makes you want to eat potato chips. And you're like, go on. They didn't really care about the club itself. They only came for the free food. Yep. Here's how the sessions went. After school, we'd meet in a specific room, hang out, and eat snacks for about 30-45 minutes. After, we'd have a prayer session, though I never really understood why. Most students didn't take it seriously, except for the teacher and the chaperones. Then we would have an hour-and-a-half session of reading and writing. This is giving me flashbacks of having to do dumb stuff like this in school that I didn't want to do. I'm getting flashbacks. Suddenly I'm on the shores of Normandy again, storming the beaches. They gave us books about religion, especially something about the Baha'i faith, and we read each sentence out loud together. We also had to write in the books as part of the activities, though most of us didn't give a fuck, so we slacked off. You know, what I actually know about the Baha'i faith is that they're actually pretty chill. I don't think that the Baha'i faith is actually that culty. I think they're, like, as far as, like, having been to a Baha'i temple, because there's a Baha'i temple in Chicago that I visited because it's a really cool building. And I went and I visited and I wanted to, like, tour around the inside and stuff, and I was just checking it out, and it seemed pretty chill. It seems, like, pretty open-minded and pretty accepting. It didn't really, I wasn't really getting culty vibes, but I guess, you know, you can get culty vibes from any organized religion. But as far as all of the religions that I've been exposed to, like, that one didn't seem that bad. It seemed pretty open-minded and pretty accepting, and it was about, like, building community and, you know, the strength that we have in mutual respect and collaboration and stuff like that. It didn't really seem that bad. But Also, a really important aspect of whether or not something is culty is, do they let you leave? Do they allow you to leave? How much control do they have over you and your life? How much do they dictate what you can and cannot do? Not a high demand religion. That's the vibe I was getting, is that it was very low demand. It was mostly just like focused on like the positive benefits of like bringing people together in a community and like that type of stuff. I actually knew a couple people who attended. They were members of the Baha'i Faith. They were very nice. I found them to be very pleasant, very accommodating, and very welcoming. So I have nothing bad to say. One of the chaperones, let's call him John, was especially odd. John was in his late 20s and had some weird habits. He would sometimes take snacks from students and get into small arguments with them. He always hung out with the 6th graders, and during our free time, he would often go shirtless to play soccer against the kids. When I was in 8th grade, he started acting passive-aggressive towards the guys in the group, and we didn't like it. He seemed like he resented us, and I'm not sure why. I know why. It's because he wanted to be he wanted to be the top dog. He wanted to be the coolest guy in the group. He couldn't have any of the other guys be the cool guy in the group. Otherwise, he's just a nerd taking his shirt off. Another odd thing was my teacher's kid. He was homeschooled and attended an academy regularly. His social skills weren't great, and most students didn't like him and would often tease him because he would snitch on them. I felt bad for him because the way he acted wasn't his fault. The club didn't end well. Towards the last couple months of 8th grade, many students started dropping out because they didn't like how they were being treated. I stayed only because my parents had a good relationship with the teacher. To this day, I don't know what happened to the club, whether it still exists or not. Is it cult adjacent? Hard to say. Was there some weird stuff going on? Kinda. The thing about cultiness, though, is it's about giving you a new identity. It's about distancing yourself from your existing connections in life. It's about control. And so I don't know. It sounds like the whole thing was a mistake. But I'm not going to say it had ill intentions. Was it cringe? Probably. Cult or cringe? How many personality disorders are there? Depends on who you ask. How many are there recognized under the DSM? 16? Wait, is it? How many are there? I forget. I had to memorize them all at one point. Like, is it? Okay. There's 10. 10. There's 10. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Personality disorders, they have a tremendous amount of overlap. And if you have one personality disorder, you have a much higher chance of actually having more than one personality disorder. Having only one personality disorder is actually kind of rare. Normally people have more than one because personality, it's really hard to quantify personality. But there are 10, and they're divided into clusters. But here's the thing. There are many discussions and debates within the psychological community of how do we quantify and classify personality disorders. They're trying to like restructure and reorganize the whole thing. We have a presentation about personality disorders, and we talk about all the different personality disorders. You guys want to do that tomorrow? You want to go through the? We've spent enough time on narcissism, I think. I'm. Anybody else over them? I think we're. Let's move away from the narcissists. Let's. I've got a presentation on personality disorders. Where is it? I know for a fact that I have a presentation on all of the personality disorders. Here it is, personality disorders. All 10 of them. So if you want to learn more about all of them in depth, we can do that tomorrow. I want to know the clusters. Cluster A is odd, bizarre, eccentric. This is paranoid personality disorder, schizoid and schizotypal personality disorders. Jaina, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be live for a little while longer, but I might be gone by the time you return. It was great seeing you. Cluster B is the dramatic, erratic. This includes antisocial, borderline, histrionic, and narcissistic. Cluster C, which is avoidant, dependent, and obsessive compulsive. So there's a lot to go into and there's a lot to talk about because you see obsessive compulsive personality disorder. That's not the same thing as OCD. It's different. So tomorrow, we could go through all the personality disorders. You want to talk about them? We can talk about each one. I'm closest to avoidant. I'm closest to schizotypal. I'm more of a cluster A kind of guy. Aren't borderline and histrionic the same? They were just used for... I would say that histrionic and narcissistic are the one... we tend to overdiagnose histrionic personality disorder in women. It is kind of biased against women. And the way that women express narcissistic traits tends to be different because of society. And so we have a different diagnosis for what is very likely the same thing. But if, like, for histrionic personality disorder, it's about, like, outward expressions of emotions. It's about being provocative. It's just reading about it just feels very sexist. Like, I'll read that one real quick, but I'm not gonna go into all of them because we're gonna talk about them more tomorrow. Wait, where'd it go? When we do this tomorrow and we read more about what the different personality disorders, it should make sense that when you learn about histrionic personality disorders, that it's like, oh, this just sounds like they're just having a sexist diagnosis targeted towards women. But here's the thing. I have never in my history of working in psychology and seeing a whole slew of different diagnoses, I've never seen anyone actually diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder. Thankfully, it's one that doesn't really get diagnosed that often because even the people who do the diagnosis, they kind of understand that it's a bit outdated and we're kind of moving away from this. The only person I have seen was an old man. Suga's only met one person in their entire life, and it was an old man. It was just some old dude. And so I assumed everyone was old men. I get what you were trying to say, but it was funnier for me to take what you were saying literally. But yeah, tomorrow we'll go through the personality disorders. If you want to learn more about these, you know, we've got a great presentation where we go through and we talk about all of the different personality disorders. Does that go back to Freud? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Can cats fart? Yeah, I've smelled them. Cats can fart, and I've smelled them. Beaver's farted when he's on my shoulder. Like, the thing about cat farts is they don't normally make noise because cats don't have butt cheeks. But sometimes they do make like a little squeak or like a little pff. Alright, what's JP's personality disorder? I would put him in cluster B for sure. He's a cluster B. He does have a little bit of a narcissistic trend. The thing about personality disorders is that they're difficult to diagnose properly, and once you start understanding the nature of personality disorders, you see that there are far more people with disordered personalities than would ever actually be diagnosed with a personality disorder. Well, but here's the thing. If you need... Because in order to be diagnosed with anything, you have to have a certain number of symptoms. Like, there might be 9 symptoms identified, and you have to have 5 of them. There are likely many people out and about walking around that have 2, 3, 4 of those symptoms. Like, they're never going to get diagnosed. They're never going to seek help or seek treatment. I mean, they might. They might. I'm not going to say they're not. But can cats fart? Yes. I bet we could find it on video. Cat farts 2 times. Reminds me of baby Syndra.
Gonna get you. Get her, Sass.
Now, was that the cat? Was that the cat, or are we blaming it on the cat?
It's my time.
He lifted his leg. He lifted his leg for that one. Thanks for the good stream. Very insightful stuff today. I love that you said that as I'm watching videos of cats farting on YouTube. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Workplace narcissism. You're late, Dry Alex. The presentation's over. So, can cats fart? Yes. Cats can fart. We were doing this for science, okay? This was science we were doing. Do you have any advice for working through grief? I do. Grief is not easy. We can work through it. Let's talk about it. It was actually my girlfriend who recommended your stream to me. She struggled with depression from childhood trauma, and I lost her 5 months ago to suicide. She was the light of my life, and I miss her so much. Every happy memory I have of her makes me weep of sadness that I'll never spend those moments with her again. And then I feel guilty for being sad or avoiding those memories, instead of remembering them and just being happy like she wanted me to be. Damn. Really sorry to hear that. Advice on working through grief. First off, allow yourself to feel what it is that you need to feel. If you want it to heal, you gotta feel it. If you feel sad, allow yourself to feel sad, but don't beat yourself up or punish yourself for feeling sad. You are valid in feeling that sadness. Because this is sad, and it's okay to be sad about it. But here's the thing. In time, and I know that that's not often a satisfying response, is to say that it takes time, but in time, that sadness will change. That sadness will change. You might be able to look back on those memories, you might be able to look back on those moments or back on the person and still feel that sadness, but it's different. It's not the same. It doesn't sting in the same way that it did. In fact, it feels closer to gratitude. You know, being happy that those times happened, as short as they were. What I've found to be helpful in processing grief is to recognize that the person that we have lost would not want us to mourn them or to be in despair forever. Just think about how you would want your loved ones to be if they were to lose you. When I think about that and I think about my passing, I would not want my loved ones, I would not want anybody in my life to mourn me forever. I would want them to go on living. I would want them to look back on the time we had and the time that we shared and be joyful that we had it at all. So feel what you need to feel. If you need to cry, cry. If you need to break down, break down. If you need to be sad, be sad. Embracing and experiencing those feelings is what's going to allow you to process those feelings. But don't be afraid to keep living. Don't be afraid to keep living. You'll see the sun again. My heart goes out to you and to your girlfriend that you lost. I'm so sorry to hear that. Big Star who says it's okay to be numb and not have feelings too. It can be part of the process. That too. That sort of numbness that you feel sometimes, and this is something that a lot of people will talk about when they talk about grief, is they feel like, you know, they lost somebody, but they feel like they have a hard time feeling anything. They're like, why didn't I cry? Why didn't I feel sad? Why didn't I feel anything? And it's because you're processing it. You're still trying to figure it out. Sometimes our minds will numb themselves to protect ourselves from becoming overwhelmed. And sometimes it's not until we've had enough time or we find ourselves in a place where it's actually safe for us to feel that sadness. You know, and you might just be going on about your life, you might be going about through your day, and then something reminds you of that person. And it all comes crashing down. It just hits you like a ton of bricks, and next thing you know, you're just weeping. So let it all out. You'll always have those memories, and this person will always hold a place in your heart. So allow their light to continue shining through you. And I wish you the best in your healing. If there's anything we can do to help, anything we can do to be supportive in this time, just let us know. We're here for you. Josh brings his family on stream and does a family therapy session when? You know, whenever they show up. They know where to find me. They know where I stream at. They know how to find me if they wanted to. They could be here. So, whenever they get here, whenever they show up. Not to make it about me at this point in time, not to make it about me, but I don't want anyone who's a part of this community, whether you just occasionally tune in, whether you're a lurker, whether you just watch the VODs, I don't want anybody to take their own life. And I can't help but feel, to a certain degree, like I've failed in some way. I know that I haven't, and I know that I can't control what other people do. But suicide prevention is something I'm very passionate about. Something I take very seriously. And I just... It sucks. My heart really goes out to you. Like, as somebody whose family has been affected by suicide, like, it's not easy. I missed what you said. It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I was just talking about how suicide prevention is a big deal for me and how I take it seriously, and to hear that it happens in spite of my efforts, I find it to be challenging. Like, I want that number to be 0. You know what I mean? I want that number to be 0. And I know that I can't make that number 0. But I'm not gonna quit trying to make that number 0. You know what I mean? I'm entirely confused when learning Spanish. I tell my dad, is this correct? No. When I just learned it from teachers online, he says, you were confused because you were trying to filter Spanish through English. I'm internally saying, how can I derive meaning in the fucking void? That is not how language works, dude. How else can I learn it? Like abandoning English will only harm my English language and not grow both side by side healthfully. I just can't with this. I know how to learn a language and he is judging me how I do it like I want healthy, he wants a trash heap. Questioner, instead of saying, is this correct? Maybe say, how would you say it? You know, say what you want to say and then say, what would you say? And then just ask questions about how to clarify or, you know. But as long as the point comes across, like, I can say something that's not entirely grammatically correct and you can still understand what I'm trying to say. Like, if I'm trying to say, I went to the store and bought things to make sandwiches, I could say, today, went store, bought sandwich materials. You would be able to understand what it is I'm trying to say, even though it's not entirely correct. And that's not really the point. I feel like he's just being nitpicky, and sometimes that's what dads do, is that's how they try to motivate you to grow and improve, is by being hard on you, and that's probably how his dad was to him. I understand. I can't help but feel like if I was there, like if there was something I did differently or did better, things would have turned out differently. All right, brother. What I'm going to say is, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You were a light in the darkness for someone who was struggling. And you were a cherished and joyful part of their life. But we can't save people who are on that path, you know? So when it comes to taking your own life, that is the choice of the person who does it. And we can't do or say anything to prevent them from doing that if they choose to do that. So it was their decision, as painful as it was. And I would say, if you ever feel like you'd want to go and talk to somebody about it, you know, I would say that's a good idea, just to process those feelings and to get that reassurance. Because it's not your fault. You did all you could. And the thing about it that people don't really think about when it comes to suicide, the thing that people don't really understand is that when people are at the point in their struggle or in their depression where they start to feel like suicide is my only way out, they tend to feel a certain set of relief, and they tend to change their mood outwardly. And so they may give the impression that things are okay. They might tend to give the impression that they're actually on the come up, or they're actually doing better. And so it might completely feel like as if it came out of nowhere. But that's something a lot of people misunderstand about the nature of suicide. Also, it tends to be something done that's very impulsive. She didn't make recommendations lightly, so your stream must have brought her some comfort, and I'm grateful for you for that. That is very nice of you to say. Thank you. I'll hold that one near my heart. That's exactly what happened. The last 2 months of her life, she was in so much peace because she finally felt freedom. See? That's what I'm saying. They finally feel a sense of control because it's like they have a feeling of like, okay, well, I'm planning on ending my life, so I feel a sense of relief, I feel a sense of freedom. And so in many cases, you just don't see it coming. One of the things that people have a false assumption about when people are more likely to commit suicide. And they assume that people commit suicide when they are at their lowest. But in reality, most people are at the highest risk when they're actually on that uptick. They're actually on the way back up from being at their lowest point because the ideas are still there, but their energy level has increased, and so now they're in the danger zone. They're at the highest risk of actually harming themselves. Also, another important misconception to clear up is that talking to suicidal people about suicide or talking to depressed people about suicide puts them at a higher risk of committing suicide, and that's downright false. If a person is depressed or suicidal, you should be talking to them about it. You should mention it. You should use the word. But there's just so many ways that we try to skirt around the subject because it's uncomfortable. We worry that if I say the word suicide around a depressed person, they're suddenly going to realize or remember, oh yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing that I can do. I should go do that. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. Of course, they already think about it. They probably think about it 1,000 times a day. But you should talk about it, because part of the reason why they feel so alone in it is because they feel like they can't talk about it to anybody without them getting freaked out. You can tell this is a topic I'm very passionate about. One thing I've learned is that it's so difficult to get people help. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can't help somebody unless they want the help, unless they accept the help, and there's a lot that goes into that. Sometimes they are resistant to help because they've had bad experiences with it. Maybe they've tried before and it just complicated things. Or maybe there are too many barriers in the way and it's just too much, or they wonder if they are even able to be helped. You know, there's so many reasons why people don't get help. And it's never easy to see somebody who could get help not get help because of whatever reason it may be. But that's one of the first lessons you learn in working in mental health, and it's also one of the lessons that takes the longest to really sink in, is that you can't help people who don't want to help themselves. And sometimes a great deal of time and effort is put into just reiterating to a person that you deserve help. You are worthy of being helped. You deserve a better life. Accuse me of being on copium if you must, but I operate under the belief that the majority of people who actually do commit suicide would not have committed suicide if they fully understood the emotional turmoil that the people that care about them will go through afterwards. There's a reason why people who jump off of bridges but survive realize while they are approaching the water that every problem in my life can be fixed except for the fact that I just jumped off of that bridge. Hello, pal. I was wondering, how do you get rid of an anger problem? Because when I was younger, I saw a lot of violence growing up, which took me on the wrong track. I was hanging out with older kids who were constantly getting arrested due to this. I started selling cocaine and weed at 7? That's young. Don't fault yourself for that, though. You were a child, and you were being taken advantage of by older people. This happens a lot. Especially in, like, inner cities, and, you know, just they will have kids do that type of stuff because if they get caught, they're not going to have to go to prison. It's a manipulation tactic. It's also a way of avoiding trouble. They take advantage of kids. So don't feel bad for getting roped into that because you were a kid and they were taking advantage. Started selling cocaine and weed at 7, and I was selling till I was 16 just to put food on my dying dad's table and treat him before dementia got to him. That's a big burden to carry at such a young age. And you know what? Even though you had to get by selling weed and selling coke, it's like, you still did it. You still found a way to help your family. Like, I'm not going to judge you for that. We live in a society where they should help people who need help. They should, like, nobody should starve. Nobody should not have a home. Nobody should not have health care. And so I'm not going to fault anybody for doing whatever it is that they need to do in order to survive in the system as it exists. Once my dad died, my mother killed herself by hanging, and this was during my GCSEs, which are a test you get in the UK, which... Oh, I learned about these not that long ago. The exams that they make you take when you're... Damn. Trauma after trauma. The test in the UK, which sort out what you can do in college or a normal job, so I failed that and got kicked out for fighting and smashing rooms up. At this point, I was on the brink of topping myself. Luckily... Okay, like... The system failed you. The system failed you. When the system needed to support you and uplift you and give you the help that you needed, it failed you. Luckily, the war in Ukraine had just started. Now, I will admit that is a new one. I've never heard that line before. Luckily, a war started. But so I set myself over the day after my 18th, and after 19 months of hell, I've really suffered bad from it. I've lost all my mates. I've seen 9 of my mates die in combat. One of them got his legs blown off, and I held him in my arms till he died because we were miles away from the nearest FOB after my 12th month in combat. My girlfriend and my soon-to-be son got killed in a car crash, and I didn't find out till after their funeral because of the severity of the combat I was in. Had no service, no medics left, and most of us were injured from constant firefights. My time in Ukraine finally came to a close after losing one of my legs, getting 48 pieces of shrapnel stuck in my back, and getting shot in the stomach twice. And now I don't know what to do with myself, so I keep getting arrested and using drugs constantly, hoping that I'll overdose someday so I'll get to see my unborn son for the first time. This is a lot to take in. This is a lot to process, even just reading through it. But I will say, in spite of all this trauma, in spite of all this hardship, and in spite of all of these terrible things that have happened to you, that doesn't mean that you have to write yourself off. You still have a life to live, and you're still here. You've survived all of these terrible things. You've survived all of these terrible things. So what can we do with it? Do we fall to despair, or do we try to pick up the pieces and make the best of it? If anything, maybe helping others who are in a similar situation as you and helping them find a way out. Oftentimes, this is what people in your type of situations will end up doing as a way of finding peace. You know, as being, someone who has been failed by the system, who has just been dealt trauma after trauma, there are other people out there who also are wondering these same types of questions. And so there could be a place for you as being somebody who helps them find their way through what they're dealing with. You don't have to write yourself off. You could still have a full and meaningful life. I don't know what to do about this language learning issue. Like, I am trying and I know I am right on things, but I just can't with the dumb pedantics. Then don't play the game. You know, I'm assuming this is the guy who was talking to his dad about stuff. It's like, when it comes to speaking a language, it's about being understood. It's not about being entirely correct. So as long as the person that you're speaking to is able to understand what it is that you're trying to communicate, does it really matter if you were 100% correct? No. Even native speakers of any language will misspeak. They'll say the wrong word, or they'll use the wrong tense, or they'll be grammatically incorrect. It happens to everybody. And I feel like your dad's just nitpicking you because of his own reasons for doing that. And so, I don't know. I wouldn't approach it from the language angle. Like, if you want to improve your relationship with your dad, I would try to talk to him about that. Just asking him questions like, what do you think it means to be a good father? What should a father do? Like, what is the role of a parent? You know, just approach it as if you're trying to learn from him. Be like, Dad, I might have kids one day. What is some of the most important things you can think of to be a parent? And then in that conversation, this is your opportunity to sneak in some of your ideas. So if he says, well, a father should provide, a father should, you know, have food on the table and a roof over your head and should keep you safe. Yes, Dad, those are all very important. Do you think it's also important for a father to be emotionally available? Like, let's say that I have a son and he is struggling with anger or sadness. Should I be there for him? Should I try to be understanding? Should I try my best to be supportive? Do you see what I'm doing here? Do you see what I'm doing here? This is a way to introduce those topics and ideas into your parent by engaging in a discussion about hypotheticals. Like, Dad, I want to be the best parent I can be. What should I do to make that happen? And then asking them questions like, do you think it's a good idea to do this too? Just try to be... You're sneaking in ideas. You're trying to do a sneaky on them. I can't find peace anymore, bro. Stuck with the guilt of losing everyone I've ever knew and loved, and even having to take life whilst in combat. I believe that you can, so long as you continue to keep looking for it. Maybe the places that you're looking for it aren't where it is. I would just say, reach outside, find new supports, find new people to talk to. Find people with similar stories and ask them what helped you get through this. Because this isn't something that you should get through on your own. This is too much for any one person to handle on their own. You're going to need to talk to people about it. Talk to other veterans, talk to other people who have been in combat, talk to other people who have dealt with growing up with, you know, parents who have passed away or taken their own life. You know, engage with those types of people and find out what helped them find peace so that it can help you find peace. Just don't give up on finding peace, alright? Just don't give up on that. Alright. Chat, I think I'm cooked. I think I'm emotionally cooked today. Put a fork in me, I'm done. Been a heavy day. Yeah, I need to go process this. I need to go process these emotions. I need to go scream into a pillow. That's what I need to do. please don't give up. If you want peace, fight for it. Find supportive people. There are support groups out there. There are people to talk to. There are people who are willing to hear your story and extend empathy your way. There are people out there who have been through similar things and who have been able to find peace. And so I would try to find those people and to learn from them. About your bunch of relief, so thank you again. Can somebody gift this man a sub? Somebody gift this man a sub. I've tried fighting, bro. It only got me in a worse place. When I say fighting, I mean trying. That's just what I meant it as enthusiastically trying to do something. Now, what I would recommend, and this one goes out to you, Red Dot, find supportive people in your area, whether it be for combat veterans, whether it be for people who are getting through drug abuse, whether it be for people who have lost their parents, and go to those groups and hear those stories and engage with those people. This is what will allow you to heal more than if you just try healing on your own. Least I could do was planning on it anyway. Hey, thank you for the sub. Is that a throat note? No, don't be afraid to reach out. Don't be afraid to engage. Find people who have been through similar things. Find people who have been through similar things that you've been through and find out what helped them. Find out what helped them find peace. Just learn from them, and just don't forget, in learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. This is why collaboration and cooperation and sharing in healing is essential. All right, everybody. I'm calling it a day. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna talk all about personality disorders tomorrow, and we'll do more Q&A. So don't miss it. I'll see you all then. Stay safe out there. Be nice to yourself. Treat yourself like you would treat your best friend. Stay safe out there. Take good care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time. Have a great night, everybody. I love you.
Stinky!
Until next time. See you later, gamers. Casey's decorating a pumpkin, so let's go cheer her on. Peace be with you. Peace be with you. Have a good one. You too, man. I hope to see you around. Take it easy, man. I believe in you. Just so you know. I believe in you. I do. In spite of all that shit that life has thrown your way, you keep getting back up and you keep fighting. And that is inspiring. You've got a story to tell. And maybe one day people will line up to hear you tell it. Till then,